Alright, so we're gonna get back to what we were doing in Prison Architect. I'll have all my keyboards set wrong. So right now what I've got going on in the run is we are playing in Permadeath Warden mode. So those who don't know, Warden mode means instead of being like the omnipotent being that sits above this and just, builds stuff and is safe from all danger, we're playing as Warden mode, which means we are right down in here with the prisons and, prisoners. And if they kill me because it's permadeath, it means the run is over, the prison's done, game over, do not pass go. You don't get reincarcerated, you're dead. So try to avoid that. That is a undesirable outcome. So right now we're trying to get our next set of cells online, but finances have been hard just because of how much criminals are doing more crime. And as such, they keep coming back. We keep being fined for it. We're trying to get that improved, but I need money to improve it. And so we're kind of in that loop of I need money to make my problems go away, but I can't make my problems go away without money. All right, that's the power setup to those new cells. Yeah, Darby, it doesn't let you know who's in the lead until it's over. I do kind of wish it would have a breakdown of like the top 3 or whatever people who voted. Like it only gives me the top person, at least that I'm aware of. Because it could be fun to see like when there's 2 games going back and forth real hard to just see how much both people tossed in on it. Which, as a reminder, when it comes to the points and everything, I may lower the cost of voting in the future, but because it used to be lower. But that's because we didn't have a whole bunch of other stuff you could use with points. Now that we have at 100,000 points, you can basically make me play a game, which there is some caveats to that. Don't think of them as problems, just think of them as inconveniences. Nice. But we do have a point redemption for 100,000 points on the channel that you are able to obligate me to play a game. There are 2 caveats to that. The first caveat is I either need to already own the game, someone needs to be willing to gift me the game, or the game needs to be free. And that's just because otherwise someone could, doing that redeem could financially wipe me out as people keep putting like $70 games up there, which would way outrun the income I make on the stream. So that's one caveat. The other caveat is, like, if it's a game that breaks TOS, is like, I individually do not want to be associated with the game because like it's offensive or whatever, then I would still I still have the right to refuse it. But that said, if it's some like cringy dating game or you're making me play some game made for like tween girls or whatever, as long as it doesn't like break TOS or something like that, I will play it. You want to make me play a horror game or rage game? That's fine. And generally speaking, the obligation is I play it for 1 hour. Typically what's going to happen is I'll play it for half a stream. Unless I'm like really into it, and then I'll play it more. Or if I'm really not into it, I'll probably play it less. So far we've had how many times have we had it redeemed? Pankrar redeemed it for my time at Porsche, which I had a great time with. Unfortunately, it was one of those things that like I did 2 or 3 streams of it, but Twitch is very unkind to games that aren't newish. So as well as things that like I'm really enjoying this game, but like the numbers are just not there for me to keep playing on the channel. But that's fine. We had a good time with it. We had, what was it called? Cardboard Kingdoms, was it called? Where it's like it was a tycoon game where you run a card shop. Like Magic of the Gathering kind of card shop. It was a game that's probably only good for like 20 hours or so, but I had a lot of fun with it. So we did that for like half a stream, and it felt like we kind of put a pretty, we put a bow on it. It's pretty much done. But I had a really good time with that one as well. Yeah, that's gonna take a while for me to get the water pipe set up. Unless we manage to get someone paroled, which I only got 1 prisoner up for parole, so that's not likely. I think that's been the only 2 we've had redeemed so far. Am I missing one? I know there's been a lot of people who've been saving to redeem to get me to play various things. But I think those are the only 2 that have actually done the redeem at this point. The good news, I don't think there's anyone actually in those 2 cells yet. Now we got someone who's overdosing. The good news is they were on it, and they got the person treated right away. Oh, it canceled cell block B. There's some reason when you exit the game and open the game, sometimes the grants, they unset. I don't know if it takes the money back or what it does. It's been a weird thing, but it's kind of one of those things I couldn't be like, oh, wait a second, I'm not supposed to have that money. Let me not accept that. And the reason why I can't really do that is just boils down to those usually are prereqs to other ones. Alright, so let's quickly go here. And I do shakedowns like every night. Every single night. And I do that just because... Alright, there. I do that just because it's too hard to prevent contraband from getting into your place to begin with. Like, there's things you can do to mitigate it, but there's no stopping the contraband if we're being realistic and honest with ourselves. So, I've always had the strategy of, I'll just keep dealing with it as much as I can. Okay, that should be 4 more cells online. We'll let that run for a minute. That should be a bit more income for us, and we'll move on to the next thing. And little by little, our prison population is going to go up. Eventually, I'm going to have to get more guards. Probably soon, eventually. But, for the time being, I'm pretty sure the canteen can probably handle all the prisoners I could fit in this block here. Because it should be 8, probably 24 more prisoners in here. Well, we'll say 16, because I'll leave the middle part for, doing, like, the chapel, doing a store, whatever we could fit in there. Basically fill a bunch more of the, infrastructure kind of needs. Why are you not wired up? You're missing 1 pipe there. Alright. Yeah, the reason I'm hiding in this little border is we are playing on permadeath mode, so if the prisoners ever do reach me, there's a really good chance they'll try and take me out, because I am the warden. So I really want to stay kind of where I have, at all times, a fence between me and the prisoners. As you can see, I can't ever fully avoid crossing in the area prisoners can go through. Like, this is a prisoner walkway. But I can mostly stay safe. I do wonder when I hook up CCTV cameras, if it'll be one of those things that I can, like, click on a CCTV camera, and that'll sort it out, or if there's just not a thing I can do. A bunch of prisoners have serious complaints, needs. It's mostly hygiene, which they're already dealing with. I've been tempted. What is your regime, real fast? I remember doing this before. Alright, so we're going to change our schedule a little bit. Work free time, eat lockup, shower lockup. Is the prison good and stuff? I mean, we're doing what we can to try and make it good. Budget is our limiting factor that's keeping us from being able to do all the things we need. Alright, so luxuries and that. So we want to get the shop to deal with the luxuries, because then they can buy luxuries within the prison in a way that doesn't cause us problems. Alright, so we got our 7,000. Okay. There'll be another 8 prison cells. Alright. That'll be good for now. When it hits nighttime, I'll give him a walking path or whatever. Alright, that prisoner got released. Excellent. Yeah, I think that canteen can handle 32 prisoners. And then later on, okay, so the stop sign symbol is definitely not money related because I'm sitting at $3,500. We've been having this weird stop symbol that's clearly a truck going by on the outside edge. And we don't know what's causing it. Could it be maybe the exports and garbage are too close to each other? Let's try moving that. Maybe it's saying like the path is blocked. Let's move the garbage down here. Get rid of that there. That way we have deliveries, we have exports, and way down here we have garbage. Hey, Angel Life, how's it going? Alright, so get us another 4 prison cells over here. Then I'll probably put the prison cells on the other side, on the north, once I have a little bit more money. And then we can start worrying about trying to get the classrooms and meeting rooms and chapel or whatever else we decide to put in the middle area here. We'll get that set up. Well, whatever the minus is, it just went by again. And it's not, we've checked the delivery a number of times, it's not the deliveries getting overfilled either. I really don't know what that symbol is going by again and again and again. At some point, I need to put up another solar panel to keep selling the power for that grant. Eventually, I'll make the power for the prison, green energy because it's just easier to set up. Well, I shouldn't say it's easier to set up. You can set up and it's just good to go. Sorry about that. Alright, so we got 4 more cells here. Alright, they're at sleep time, so shakedown. I'm gonna drop the speed down real fast, and I'm gonna try and get some of these floors in. Then go here and put some lights so we can see. Okay. I'm trying to add lights so I can actually see at night kind of thing as we're running around our prison. I'm still a little bummed that I can't see through the windows, because I remember that being a thing I could do from the other side. So it is weird that I cannot see into the prison. Because the whole idea is I put a bunch of windows along here so I could see these lines of cells here. I'm going to have windows on these sides so I could see in those ones. And it'd just be these 2 cells in the middle that I'd have fog of war problems. But it is what it is. Alright. They have a whole bunch of prisoners who are upset that we searched them. That's fine. I think after I finish this block, we'll make our next cell block up here. And I'll do the same thing down there. And I'll probably put another canteen and kitchen down there and up there. Because I don't really know what a reasonable capacity is for those. But the good idea is to try and not have too many people in your canteen at once. The more people you put in there, the more and more risk you have of people. Consider equipping some of your more mischievous prisoners with tracking belt. This will keep track of them in the security room. Okay. Alright, so took in some more prisoners. Let's wait just a little while, because I don't want to run out of money. So just a little bit longer. And then once things settle, we'll start building stuff. Because do we have all the cells? Yeah, so all those cells are online already. I'm mostly just not wanting to have, like, one prisoner cause problems and then, you know, suddenly it's a whole thing. Like, if we have, like, right now, if I have a prisoner who reoffends, I'll get hit for $5,000 and they'll wipe us out. So I'm just kind of waiting till we get to, like, maybe 10,000. And then we'll start the construction of the next location. And that might be our cadence. Alright. So good news, this does give me a bottleneck that I put a K9 here. And any of the people coming in through this area with stuff I should detect. I don't think I have anything in here that is a source. Well, I mean, I guess parole. I say is a source of stuff that we have to worry about. I just realized you don't have a sprinkler system in there, do you? It's an outdoor sprinkler. There's a fountain. You have fire alarms. Alright, so we're just going to have to go here. I've always found it important to put a sprinkler system by the stoves in the kitchen. One of the events you can have is the prisoners decide that they're pissed off about working so much, so they set a fire. Maybe I'll put up the second solar panel real fast. Because good news of the solar panels is they always give, it's not a lot of money, but they just keep giving it for pretty much ever. But I do have the thing here where once we build one of each. But the way this works is I have to build enough solar panels and sell enough power, whatever it is. I can't remember if it's use enough power or sell enough power, but the point being, I have to have enough power happening before I get the next one, and then I have to repeat that process to unlock the next one. And then once we have the hybrid one, I'll probably wire it into the prison itself at some point. Because the added bonus is you can sell off the excess power. It doesn't make you a lot of money. As you can see, it was giving me like 43 bucks a day or whatever, which is really nothing. But we'll get there. Alright, let's see someone make parole today. Give me that 3,000 parole money, please. I'd really like the parole money. Roll money's my favorite. It's like getting money on my money. Yeah, so next need I have is spirituality is the next big one, as well as luxuries. There are some we're having family need, which I mean visitation seems to be doing its job well enough. Excuse me. Search that prisoner. Search that prisoner. Alright, that's disappointing. I saw the parole count go down and I didn't get more money, which means they didn't make parole. How dare they? Do they even know who I am? I am the one who cowers behind the fences at all times because prisoners with weapons and all that are really scary. We did this challenge one time before, and it went really well until a riot happened. And I had the similar design, but they broke one of these doors and I missed it. So I went down like that, went through the broken door without looking. And like, let's just pretend the prisoner was down there rioting. And just the moment I got close, aggroed, ran through, and it just came around. I didn't even realize I was in danger until like it was just coming like Mach 10 right at me. Because we were fast forwarding like I'm doing right now because, you know, I'm impatient. It is what it is. And it was just like immediately just like ran up and just heard like bong, like you died, like game over, whatever. All right, just waiting on that money. But wasn't there a tab here for this? Wait, what? Booze production? Prisoners who meet certain conditions are able to brew their own booze. First, they'll retrieve ingredients from the... Oh, it's just information. Yeah, that's all the different stuff. So you teach about the game. I thought there was somewhere in here... Let's see. Look at this way. Failed parole means no reoffending. Fair. I mean, at least I'm not losing the money. I'd rather gain the money, though. Like, I eventually want to slowly make this place... When I say nice, prison reoffending. Alright, so that was the reason why I wasn't spending the money, as we just had there. I took a $5,000 penalty because one of the prisoners reoffended, so they'll be back here tomorrow. The good news is, I also successfully reformed a prisoner at the same time, so it's two different prisoners, which gave me 2,000, or actually I think it was two reformed prisoners, so it gave me 2,000 as well. So it kind of was one of those things that I took a hit, but then I immediately got two bonuses back, so at least we didn't go negatives. That said, you know, we'll keep paroling people. It'll keep working out. It is what it is. Yeah, so prison grading, our reoffending rate is 29% right now. And a prisoner value, a number of prisoners. Yeah, so we're doing really well on punishment because they spend so much time in lockdown. Our reform is starting to go. You start at 0 and we're up to 2, so we're starting to do that. Health is -1. That's probably due to existing addictions, I'm assuming. Wait. Why can't I? Psychologist in an office. We have a psychologist in an office. What do you need? What is missing? So 2 hours. Ah, you need a sofa. I see. I can accommodate that need. I think I might actually have a spare sofa. No, it's fine. There. So we haven't been doing our... Okay, that was close. Okay. So they seriously injured staff, but they didn't kill anyone. Man, that blinking during... There's gonna be a little rough to look at during fast forward. Yeah. So we were right here and I was about to transition through, and I saw one of my workers get assaulted, and I'm like, I'm just gonna stand here and not get involved. It looks like they did get everyone, like no one died, my staff or the prisoners. But I was definitely I was like, this is where I just don't engage in that one. So how is our prisoner breakup? Prisoners. So they've got 2 prisoners are max security. One because they murdered, I think it was their parole officer, and the other one didn't murder anyone but assaulted quite a few people. I do have a gang member here, Nightingale. Nightingale. So that's a concern. Let's see if we can't get a good eye at Nightingale. There you are. All right. So you're here for only 1.2 more years. You have an unknown reputation. They belong to a gang. The estimated reoffending chance is extremely high at 97%. Let's see. Yeah, so reform grading is really terrible. And their age is a problem. Their age is a problem. Interesting. Yeah, so they have a 97. They're just coming back is what's happening. I believe being in a gang also contributes to it. Ooh, ex-law enforcement. Who's the ex-law enforcement? We wanna put them on their own schedule so they don't get got themselves. I didn't get to see who they were. Hopefully they won't be here super long. Unknown reputations, expert fighter. Fearless gang member. Alright, so we do have one person who's ex-law enforcement. Hopefully they're not here for a long stay. Because it is a thing that, ex-law enforcement, snitches, that kind of stuff, ex-prison guard, that kind of thing. The prisoners will target sometimes. Alright. Try and keep as much of the blinking off to the edges of the screen as I can. It's a shame I didn't take the warden where you get money for... Oh, actually, here, I can do this. You get money for, contraband, because we would be making bank. It's only tiny little bits, like $3 there, $5 there, but it adds up. Why am I having a seizure? Yeah. I mean, it's not a normal thing that you end up having to, like, when you're playing this game on your own, you usually aren't fast-forwarding at maximum speed at all times. I'm mostly doing that just to, not do it. Alright, so it's all searched. I still don't have the money because of that reoffending rate to get the next set of cells online. But we'll get there. Yeah. Now the plan is that, like, when we get to the search at the end of the day, I'm probably gonna do the exact same thing did here. I'll find a nice spot in the middle. We'll zoom in. We'll let them do their thing. I almost feel like somewhere around here would be a good place to put like the actual security room. For the cameras and all that kind of stuff and the staff, because it'd be nice and central in the prison. So if there is problems, you can get the guards out there as fast as possible. It'll give me kind of like a safe place I can go. Because I'll just have like a little hallway here that connects it. And then we'll see if like, my hope is if we hook up the CCTV cameras, I can use those, like I can go to the individual cameras to see what they see kind of thing. I don't know, like it's one of those things I could see them setting that up, and I could also see them not setting that up with the track record for introversion for adding kind of like fun little feature, but kind of just leaving it as like a little thing like that. I think it will have to be a thing is if we have a riot to immediately go into a lockdown so all the doors slam shut. That'll be probably my safest way of surviving, putting the big heavy security doors between me as much as possible versus the employee doors. Still no wind turbines. Like I said, I remember somewhere being able to check stuff. Each plan requires daily payments, but provides the ability to automatically call emergency services when your prison is in need, along with providing discounts on any staff wages on items associated with each plan. Oh yeah, so you can train your staff to do these things to get discounts. That's right. That shows how much my prison is currently worth, which is 90,000. So it's minus 50,000 because we take a grant to begin with. We have basically how much prison there is here. That's the furniture. That's the stuff. For some reason, staff counts as part of the value. You know that. You have capacity, how many prisoners there. So you got all that good stuff. You see the finances overall. Been 13 days since our last incident. Reformation wise, we're sitting at about 45%. It seems like the big things holding us back right now is the average work experience. We don't have enough of that going on. Otherwise, everything's kind of doing okay. Because in my experience, the average security grade usually is things going wrong counting against you more than things going right counting for you. Yeah, so luxuries and spirituality are the two big needs right now. But first, I want to get more cells. Because those luxuries, the luxuries, I would be prisoners working the shop, which is no big deal. Because sure, we have to pay them wages, but they also make their wages back. Like they also make money back by selling stuff. That's usually not that bad. The spirituality, I have to have a reform program for the chapel. So is one of those things that, I would have to pay another, it's something like $500 to do a reform program each day. But the amount of trouble it prevents helps out, and every reformed prisoner having a better chance of giving me the extra 2,000 is usually worth it. If nothing else, them not running around and breaking everything is worth every dime of it. Because one prisoner tearing apart their entire cell is a number of hundreds of dollars worth of stuff I gotta repair. Yeah, we're just letting him siege everything. I'm just zoomed in so that the flashing stuff isn't quite so bad. We'll probably end up doing, after we get one of these, after we get one of our current grants going, we'll probably do one of the security grants next. Does it? Do you have your own quarters, like a place to do work? So technically, if I go to the front of the prison, I can go in this. This is my office, but it serves no purpose. Oh yeah, I forgot I can actually take things. Like, normally if you're not playing Warden mode, having that office is what lets you do all the research in here. We should turn on intelligence. I'll stop there so I don't spend all my money. Okay. Yeah, we're waiting on these paroles to get us some progress, because that gets us prisoners out, money in. Like, we are getting a little bit of money here and there from the prisoners just being here. That's the 1,800 here. But if we parole people, that's an instant 3,000 extra we get. So parole is really our best friend. And the chances of succeeding in parole go up as you do all sorts of reformation stuff. Because the idea is your prisoners have, they've got more opportunity, they're more well-adjusted, so they're more likely to not recommit. Chapel and conjugal visitation room, multi-desk construction costs. There's just visitation. There's just visitation. I mean, there's chapel as well, but they don't have a bunch of different types of visitation. There's just visitation. We already have visitation. I'm just mentioning because they'll be like, oh, do they actually have that? No, they don't. That's one of the things I really appreciated about Prison Architect under the devs. Death row is going to be included in the game. There's no question about it. But they hadn't, like, they used to do these videos that would actually talk into all sorts of discussion and whatnot. That they would go and sit there and go, all right, we do want to have death row, but we don't make it like this big game to see how many prisoners you can execute or all that. They didn't want a fanfare when you did it. They didn't want like a whole big thing that like how dare you or anything like that. So they made it so like it really doesn't celebrate in any kind of way. You just kind of shut down the prison at for the night. They take the person, it like the music gets all kind of just not somber, but kind of just almost empty. So you like feel really kind of, oh, this doesn't feel great. They kill the person and then it just removes them from the prison. They also made it so, I mentioned earlier in the stream, that they do make it so there's a chance that that prisoner who is on death row can be converted to a maximum security prisoner instead. That the player has no control over that as they're basically doing appeals. Basically saying like, hey, this punishment isn't appropriate or whatever. They have their different pleas they can do. So you have to go through 3 cycles of the appeal process before you even get there, so you do end up with a lot of maximum security prisoners as opposed to death row inmates. Because they're really worried about people putting together like death factories where it was just, super duper edgy, bringing in the people and just mass like execution after execution after execution kind of thing. And I feel like they did a good job where it isn't some like over the top thing where it's like the game is actively like, being a jerk to you if you do have death row or whatever, because it's like it's a feature in there. But at the same time, they went out of their way to not make it some silly little haha funny. Because that's how it comes across with like cannibalism in RimWorld sometimes, where there's all the memes around it. That meme never took off in Prison Architect, even though there are lots of memes that did about like the death row thing. And I know some people will be like, why do you hate fun? It's like, I don't hate fun. but I don't need everything to be super edgy either. There's been games that got edgy to the point I'm like, you know what, I'm not actually having fun with this anymore. Because it's just getting way out there. Oh, I missed a tile right here. There we go. Something like the Green Mile Simulator? Yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen it. I don't end up watching that many shows or movies. Like no like judgment on her, I think it's just I only got so much time, and even before streaming, I would use more of my time playing games than watching shows. And I was never one who's really good at like actually watching a show and catching much of the story and playing a game at the same time, with a rare exception. Um that's a fire. Ah, it was a drug dealer. And I'm assuming they had a disagreement. So where are my guards right now? I need I need one of them to be over here. Don't you stab one of those firefighters. You've already done enough damage. Yeah, no, he absolutely killed the drug dealer. Alright, Griff, you know the drill. Yeah. There was definitely a disagreement between the two of them. And oh, that's not what you want. Well, I'm going to just ignore that problem. Okay, they did stop Trish. Okay, the good news is the guard did not die. He got stabbed some fierce and it was not a good time. But he did live through it. Someone escaped. I don't know where someone escaped. Are you gonna automatically rebuild that wall? No. Where are people escaping from? That's 2 escapes. Oh, I see. No. Don't you dare. Fix the door. So the one who went to try and get away busted up the front door, and it was enough that they were able to sneak by, so when the other door opened, they were able to get through. Well, today is not a good day for the prison. We had 2 escapes and a death. It's nothing close to what's necessary to get me a game over, but that does suck. I'm so curious, like... what happened with the fire kind of going on? Alright, water. Do that. Connect you. Alright. So burnt wall. Do I have to replace it? Yeah. Okay, so that should take care of that. It could have been worse, I guess. I was just like, suddenly like, why is there fire? Are you not enclosed? You look enclosed to me. We'll check when it gets to nighttime on what's going on with this. It should be enclosed. It looks enclosed to me. No, it seems fine. Oh, I think it's that tile right there. Now, toilet failing makes me curious. Oh yeah, so I do actually have a program we do. Pharmaceutical treatment of people with drug addictions. We do actually have that. It doesn't have a super high success rate, but you can sometimes cure people of their addictions. Alright, so drop us back to normal speed before we go in here. What is going on with this cell? It says toilet has failed. The floor is burnt in there and there. That's fine. Let's put a new floor in here. There. You have linoleum fire-resistant floor. Let's see if that makes a difference. Alright. But that is a concern that I might need to, I might need to do stuff to, like... Well, like fire alarms or whatever in some of those rooms just in case of that nonsense. I could also put fire sprinklers in literally everyone's room. It'd be a one-time expense per room kind of thing. But then if someone starts a fire, it's just going to immediately go back out. And there's not an upkeep cost to it or anything, so no big deal to me there. I already have pipes going into all the rooms. It'd just be one more tile I have to put in there. Alright. Alright, so we still don't have that. That's fine. It'd be nice if my prisoners would stop destroying my stuff. It'd also be nice if whatever is wrong with this room was sorted. It needs to be enclosed by walls. Here, we're going to go with this strategy. What if I cancel? Ah, that's what happened. It unzoned that room as a cell. The burnt corners. There we go. That's fine. We have one room that's slightly nicer than all the others. Alright, so that means I'm going to get 3 prisoners in here now. We got 1 up for parole, hopefully. Oh, good. I got a prisoner back. My favorite. I just really need someone to get reformed so I can get that little... Dang, those cells are nice. Alright, I do not have taser. Okay. Oh, nope. I thought they were done. Hang on. Guards! Guards! Vendor by the bank guards! What, no guards when I pay my taxes? Oh, there, the guard's on the way. Let's set you to protective custody, because you're ex-law enforcement. No, it wasn't a riot, it was two prisoners fighting. I didn't see what it was about, though. I mean, you're extremely volatile, so it could literally just be you're extremely volatile and you just kicked off because you happened to kick off there. And if anyone didn't catch the vendor by the bank guards, that's an old Ultima Online meme. Don't worry if you don't get it. It's digging pretty far back into that vault. Alright. The good news is they didn't successfully murder anyone, so at least that's not a problem. Okay, alright, we're getting kind of stuck. If I was to build a room for spirituality, how much would that cost? How much is a chapel? Oh, right, there was no chapel as a pre-made room, wasn't there? I remember running into that last time, that, like, weirdly the chapel was like the one room that they didn't have an existing version for. Do we have the behavioral therapy? Is that actually going now? Did they get that couch in there? Should be tax exempt. Behavior therapy. Hey, it's on the agenda finally. Alright. So, those require a classroom. That we're not going to be doing. That, not that. Alright, so we're going to need a meeting room. It's one thing we're going to need. But that's a later concern. I need to do a chapel. I need to do a classroom. I need a meeting room. And we're not even getting into stuff like workshops and all that kind of nonsense. Hey! Our power export cap just increased. Hey, Paul Harvey, how's it going? Grabbing all our contraband as we do every single day. When I stop finding contraband is when I stop looking for it. So if you want me to stop looking in your stuff every day, prisoners, you gotta stop having stuff for me to find. Considering I've got 24 prisoners, and almost half of you got contraband. Do you like the drug treatment program? I find it introduces a lot more drugs into the prison. Well, I mean, you're going to need to have the medical room anyways. And yeah, you will have people steal stuff from your medical. But usually people come into the prison with addictions, and if a person has an addiction in your prison, their chance of recommitting the crime when they get out is extremely high. So it is one of those things you kind of just have to pretty much play. Bianca, those poor prisoners only get like 3 hours sleep every night. Yep. Alright, we got our new prisoner. They're in prison, Strider, without their kids. So I get that you're memeing at people who have young children get no sleep, but it doesn't work in this context. You can actually choose to have female prisoners, um, and then they have like a whole bunch of additional care things you can do like that. But that's... I did that a couple times, like, that's interesting, but eh. There's always those ones that felt a little weird. Like, I don't have a problem with there being, like, female prisoners, but, like, the whole, like, child care and, like, having pregnant prisoners and all that just always felt weird. Like, I get that it's a real thing and all that, but, you know. Alright, come on. I just need one of these people to make parole so I can get my influx of money so I can start building more cells. You like standing outside and not being at an office, which is kind of cool. Yeah, I mean, here I can actually watch for stuff. Like, that guy totally just grabbed contraband from up here. I didn't see the name, so I can't do anything about it because I wasn't paying that close attention. Not that I particularly care. I'm just gonna shake him down at the end of the night anyways and find it. So, eh. But standing in your office, I can't do anything. And plus, with the way this warden mode works, I can't build stuff I don't have line of sight on. So I do wanna try and, you know, be where things are at. All right, so we're in the end of the night. End of night shower. We zoom in so that flashing doesn't mess with everyone. All right. So we got 4 prisoners up for parole tomorrow, and one to be released soon. So yes. Can you build a RoboCop security guard? No. You can have armed guards. But it is one of those things that the more armed guards you have, your prisoners don't like you having armed guards. Now, granted, obviously, if you're walking around, they have shotguns pointed at them. They're most likely not going to kick off, with the with exception ones that are extremely volatile or whatever. But at the same time, if they're not immediately being suppressed by those armed guards, they're far more likely to kick off in general because they feel unsafe, that kind of thing. So it's kind of those things like, you can have the prison that is just full of armed guards everywhere, but the armed guards are expensive, for one. 4 prisoners up for reoffending. Well, we'll see who actually gets through. I don't think it'll tell me who's up for parole soon. Like, I think if I look at him, I can figure it out. Yeah, so Russell here just got released. Yeah, I think without the fog of war, I can actually check in on the prisoners and figure it out, but where I have the fog of war all around me, it's very limiting. Which is the idea. So it forces me to go places and get myself in danger. I mean, the big thing is I want to build the extra cells here, the classroom, and all that stuff, and I just don't have the money for it yet. So we're just waiting for it. 1 second. Do we have a guard on the way there? They are dealing with it. I'm guessing so. got workers in there, they didn't immediately bail out and get the whole area red around it, which is usually what happens when a... I'm hearing something getting smashed and it's bothering me. Alright, so it is a person up there. Okay, so they did deal with it already. Cool, cool. Yeah. Oh man, that guy's gonna be here for a very long time. Ooh, that's not good. Who died? Try and run over and catch the hearse when it rolls through. Parole officer. Well, I mean, you know it happens. I'm guessing they didn't make parole. Which is a real shame, because that means not as long between incidents, so less money, and they didn't get parole, which means they don't get that bonus money. I really just wanted the money. It's not asking too much. Oh yeah, there we go. 2 people just paroled. Love to see it. Alright, let's start getting this stuff moving. Been entirely too long since I've been able to build any more into my prison. That'll be the power hooked up. Alright, Strider. You go get yourself all squeaky clean. Alright, meanwhile, let's check over here real fast on our power grid. Still only about half, so we're pretty good there. Okay, so it's another 4 cells onto the prison. Then it'll be time for the next for after that. Alright, so we're... Okay, you're already on it. Okay, we're fine. Alright. Alright, let's get back to our safety real fast. Okay. They've got the green power going. We are pushing the limits on our money again. That's fine. We'll get there. Can you do actions in your office, or is it just aesthetic? It's just aesthetic. Like this is a special mode. So it's like not nearly as fleshed out as the base game. So you don't have like a whole thing of like you have to file your paperwork, or you know, you have to have like meetings, or you have policies you put in place with your guards or whatever. It's nothing like that. Like this room, the only thing I do is I pull up my inventory. I can grab a fountain pen, I can grab a lighter, and grab some cigarettes and that kind of stuff. But that's just because it's using the mechanics behind the escape mode, and that's how you find like weapons and all that. Okay. It's like a fun little extra thing. Yeah, I mean the prisoners will have stuff they can get if I do we have intelligence researched? Yeah, if I have intelligence researched, I can go to dangers. They'll say like, oh, you can get fountain pens from the parole room. Would you stop causing problems and force me to repair your cell again and again? I really don't like fixing your cell again and again. Especially considering your sentence is really long, so you're going to be here for a very long time. Alright. So we're slowly expanding our prison capacity. At some point, I'm going to have to start switching their schedules around. So we're not over that. Guessing the chapel is next? Yeah, the chapel's next. I'm trying to get... Basically, I'm going to get the 4 cells here. Then we'll probably do the chapel next, because if we look at their needs, it's luxuries and spirituality and then literature. So if I build a chapel and I build like the shop and all that, I should be able to take care of those. And then the best one is like the shop actually can become a source of income within itself. Not a good one. It's like make 50, 100, 200 bucks a day kind of thing. But it's kind of nice because you pay you pay your prisoners a salary for the ones who are like working jobs in your prison for you. I'm gonna kind of get that money back through the store. Yep, it's more than 0, so it adds up. Absolutely. Yeah, right now they're buying all stuff to finish building out those cells. But each one of those cells that we get is another prisoner I have, which means I get a little bit more income per day. You know, then you have the opportunity for more people to parole, and you have the opportunity for more people to have all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so it looks like the last cell up there is about to finish. Then I'll get 4 more prisoners tomorrow. I'll get the bonus for intaking the prisoners. And all that good stuff. There we go. So the 4 cells are done. We get a prisoner reformed bonus, which I wasn't expecting, but that's always a plus. Alright. So much contraband. So very much contraband. I would love to do the whole thing where I put the giant perimeter fence on the outside, and just be done with it. I don't think that's going to happen in this run till if we do manage to get there, like, way late game. Because the rate we're gonna make money, and this is gonna be way slower than you in a normal run, because I just can't. Like a normal run, I could literally sit there and just put down a block of like 50 cells real fast, and it'd be fine. This run I can't afford to have that kind of a population. Like I've got to be able to like keep myself safe as best possible. But we'll get there. Oh, before I forget, let me go ahead and do this while we wait. A shout out for Tiny Alley. For those not familiar with Tiny Alley, fantastic content creator. We're checking out, playing some Project Zomboid and all that good stuff. So definitely we're dropping a follow and all that good stuff. Alright, so we got in our 1400 for the new prisoners we brought in today. We got one who's about to be released and one's up for parole today, so that'll be good. Once we get a little bit more money, then we can turn around and build the next set of cells. And then we'll see what we can do so far as getting like a chapel and a shop and all that. Thanks, I enjoy your variety. Plus, you do really good reviews and stuff. Well, thank you. I try. An opinion folks trust. Yeah, it's one of those things I try to be honest with the opinions as one thing, obviously. But I also try to not be like overly cruel. Like, cause there's times that there'll be like the game that's kind of getting the hate of the week. And don't get me wrong, there's usually a certain amount of justification as why people are getting really mad about a game. But a lot of times it's just really overblown, where people will go to a game and they'll be like absolutely vile about it, and it's like, well, okay, it's a very game. Like, there's a difference between that. Like, you don't personally attack a developer or whatever. Just the same, even in games that are usually like not good, there's usually at least some good stuff, so it's good to still point that out. And just the same, being honest about the faults in a game too. Come on, parole. Nope. Did not make parole. But yeah, so every cell we get in here, our income, the rate we get more money should get a little bit better and a little bit better and a little bit better. So it means I can grow the prison just a little bit faster, a little bit faster, a little bit faster. The biggest problem I'm going to run into is situational awareness. I'm not, as the prison becomes bigger so far as territory it covers, I could have lots of fighting and all that happening in the front and be blissfully unaware of it. Until we start seeing like the whole, X number of people are dying, that kind of thing, or riot as an alert, then, doesn't matter where I'm at. When the riot bar appears in the bottom, it's like, oh, stuff's going down somewhere. Can I build my next utility yet? There was somewhere here you could look at the green tasks as an like what you need to do to sorry, I'd already clicked that. This one's very cool. You've done lots of other challenges too, right? Yeah, not too many challenges in Prison Architect, because by the time I started streaming, like, Prison Architect didn't have a lot of viewership on the platform. Like, it still doesn't really, but it's been doing pretty okay. And I think part of it is because I am doing a challenge. I don't think this is a challenge I could do long term. Like, we'll probably find ways to. Oh, here we go. Green energy goal. We'll probably find. All right, so I literally do have to have 3 solar panels. Okay. We probably will find ways to cheese it and all that over time. Ah, 2 prisoners reoffended. Ow. Ow. That's 10,000 that took out of her pocket. I really, really, really need some of these prisoners to parole. But yeah, so there's no, actually I've done a couple challenges. We did there's the way the game used to work way back in the day, which was you couldn't change, like right now there's this intake screen that I could be like, yeah, I don't want any prisoners, that kind of thing, or I want a total number of prisoners, like there's a bunch of different ways to say it. The old one, I can't remember, something like 16 or 32 prisoners would show up every single day and a mix of levels. And there was no turning it off, stopping it, whatever you wanted. Like, they just showed up. And you either made it work or you didn't. So that was one challenge we did, was we turned that mode back on, which is a challenge mode now. That one, they weren't getting nice cells. That was just shoving them into the tiniest little box cells and repeating again and again. um, I usually have the gangs and all that turned on. Now, granted, as low pop as our prison is, that's not going to be that big a deal. But gangs will straight up destroy your prison in this game. Like, we look at our prisoners. Where are we at? Prisoners right now? Are you just sleepy or are you gang member? I think you're just sleepy. What happened to our one gang member? But yeah, you can basically have it where they start like the gang will start recruiting within your prison. Will start recruiting other prisoners that are going to be there for a long time, kind of thing. And they will actually like take over parts of your prison. That it kind of becomes a who can put more at it. Like, can I throw? Yeah, the gang member probably escaped, is what I'm gonna guess. Because the dealer died in the fire. I don't believe they're gang member. Because otherwise they'll have tattoos on their face. That's just how it depicts it in this game. But I'm like, the gang members, like, they have like entire systems with it where they'll be like the gang leader who won't typically do stuff of their own to get in trouble, but then they'll have like their generals or commanders or whatever that they'll go out and they'll recruit people. They'll have, their soldiers. They'll have like a whole bunch of people like go to your yard, and they'll have like a bunch of these, threatening people from the gang that they'll get the other prisoners to like pay them for, access to the yard. And you can go and, send your guards in to kind of clear them out. But if the gang gets big enough, that becomes dangerous because, there's more of them than you. So it's all like there is so much broken stuff over here, and it's not getting fixed because we're out of money. I'm gonna need to just keep more money on standby. I keep trying to spend it to keep us going, but the gap between everything is pretty rough because like this cell got completely destroyed. That one's pretty badly damaged. This one got just got the toilet and the bookshelf done. Sorry. But that was because we had two prisoners at the same time reoffended, so we got hit for $10,000 worth of fines. We should recover in game tomorrow the amount of money, especially if someone manages to parole. All right, I'm gonna finish my dinner real fast while this is going, and I'll be right back. Having a lot of people fighting right now. Every year on May 4th, you look forward to seeing that year's Dr. Squash Star Wars themed soap of all things, on which I have no choice but on YouTube I would watch it from start to finish. Okay. I'm not familiar, but you know, being into whatever you want to be into, like, that's all good. Alright. So I'm kind of stuck here waiting for money. Please parole that prisoner. If that prisoner paroles, that'd be really good for us. I mean, as ads? Ah. Gotcha. I've had Twitch Turbo for years at this point, so I'm never, like, when people complain about the ads, I never really know what they're kind of seeing because I use Twitch Turbo, so I don't see the ads. Hey, welcome Chunky and Funky. Thank you so much for the raid. Let me go and get you a shout out. That is not the name I'm looking for. There we go. Chunky and Funky. And you were playing today. It is not telling me. It says games. It's either games in demo or Tropico 6. They've also played Spyro the Dragon Reignited. So if any of those games sound good to you, maybe check them out. Drop a follow and whatnot. But welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge. I am most known for playing. I'm most known for. I used to be the world record holder for the highest kill count stream ever run of Project Zomboid at 135,121 zombies killed on one character, one life. On harder than apocalypse settings with no mods that change itemizations or vehicles. So there's that. But I am a variety streamer. I do play a variety of games. Today we are playing Prison Architect in Warden mode with permadeath. So I have to wander around my own prison to be able to build and do all that sort of stuff. And if my prisoners decide I'm no longer fit to live and manages to catch and kill me, then it's over. And the prison's done. Which is why I'm hiding in this little box right here while the prisoners are running around. I am desperately waiting for money to come in so I can repair the damage they did when a bunch of them got into fighting yesterday. But, and the reason I zoomed in suddenly on this is I did just do a shakedown while fast-forwarding the blinking icons on that. It was messing with some people, so we're zooming in. Those blinking icons can, just do their thing as they find all the contraband. Oh, sweet. We got a prisoner reformed bonus, so they probably got to replace all that furniture. But because of this playstyle, it does mean my prison is growing much slower than you'd normally see a prison grow. Because I can't afford to just slap down 20 cells. I will absolutely die if I do that. So we are running around and building like a room or two each day if possible. Right now, we kind of got our piggy bank hit pretty hard by 2 prisoners reoffending, taking $10,000 worth of fines, but that is what it is. That do be how it is. Alright. And I give the grand tour. At the moment, we got the cell block back here. We're going to be putting another one over there. Are the prisoners really so violent? I mean, a couple of them, because of game offense, we have like a set of 8 cells here. I've got a set of 8 cells there. I have the same thing to the north of our common room. We got our common room here in the middle with a bunch of payphones, some pool tables, television, and some seats for like Alcoholics Anonymous. Rooms for parole. We have a psychologist and a psychiatrist's office. The canteen where everyone goes to eat. The kitchen, the laundry room. A cleaning cupboard where they get their cleaning supplies to clean the prison. The infirmary, we have our storage as well as where all our power and water comes from. Reception, which brings in our prisoners. A holding cell if I ever end up with more prisoners than rooms. Visitation, which is where visitors show in. We have solitary confinement for people who get uppity. And then we just got a bunch of offices up there. And I'm going to fast forward again. And you get back into my little... And you see I have like this little hallway that goes around the outside. Then I can kind of cut through the middle here. And we go through a lot of parole officers. I mean, this run, I think we've only lost 1 or 2. But yeah, unfortunately, if the prisoners are going to kick off and kill someone, sadly the parole officers seem to catch the worst of it the most. Where everything will be fine, and we'll just get the message that someone has died, and it's usually a parole officer. Which the worst thing is a lot of time it's a parole officer and it's a pen they use to kill them, which they get in the parole room, so it can't exactly prevent them from sneaking the pen into the parole room. There we go. The guard's pathing was getting stuck there. Alright, so we did manage to parole someone, so that was a nice little payday. So at least we're out of the red. Make sure I have no more stuff getting broken. The big issue I have right now is I don't have enough guards to keep an eye on things, so a lot of times you'll just see a place getting trashed and I'll have to like manually grab a guard and be like, hey, go over there. Later on, I might be able to get CCTV cam. I mean, I will be able to get CCTV cameras, but that might help. Why is our need so high? Food. Okay. That's probably we're low on ingredients previously. Please, everyone, eat. Alright. And I'd really like, the next thing I want to build is I want to build 4 more cells up in that corner. And then after the 4 cells, we're going to build a chapel. We're going to build a, classroom, a meeting room, and that for that. Why is safety so high? A bunch of them were hungry. They hadn't got their food need met. And that was because while we were in the negative, we couldn't get more ingredients for the kitchen to feed our prisoners. Which is a good chunk of a day. Now, if they would just not recommit crime so they don't get fined for it, then, it's the prisoners that get out really just ruining it for those who were left behind. They really should be more considerate of their fellow inmates. Yeah. So now everything, like, these are the ones that I need to, the needs I haven't met yet. So that's the thing that'll help us start calming them down as well. But in order to do that, I need money. And so we're kind of in this pattern of hoping that the money holds up long enough that, we don't have a whole bunch of problems from it. All right. And we're getting rid of, sorry, we're shaking down all the thing. I just had to do this on a regular basis because me trying to prevent all the contraband to getting in is not going to be possible. Because my fences here, they can just chuck stuff over. They can sneak it in through parole. They can sneak it in through shipping containers. And while I do have some stuff to catch it, we don't have enough. So a lot of contraband does make its way into our prison. So the other way you can counteract it is just constantly search for it. The constantly searching also means if people start like tunneling to escape and all that, you're prepared for that as well. Not gonna touch that one. But yeah, no, there's people who want spiritual guidance, and we are currently not giving them that opportunity. That is a deliberate, like, malicious thing. It just costs money to build a chapel, and I don't have money. Alright, we'll build 2 cells there for right now. Where did my money go? Alright, that's fine. Poor prisoners went to bed at 5 and got up at 7. They know what time it is. That is one of the things you hear about from, like, no matter how well you're taken care of, like, at prison, like, how many needs you take care of, just the fact that you don't have, you know, you don't have the autonomy to, like, go around and do stuff. Like, there isn't a being happy in that situation. Just, like, the knowing you don't have control in itself is a punishment. Alright, and it should mean 2 more prisoners tomorrow because they're going to get these done. Oh, that's right. I have them on the other side. Okay, we're just kind of waiting on this. We already have the lights there. I just need more money before I can put down the next 2 rooms. We get 3 more prisoners tomorrow, which would be another $1,000-something we get just for them arriving. All right. And immediately search them again. Make sure they don't have weapons. Every day. The poor 5 guards in this prison. They're outnumbered 6-1. They are expected to stay up and, like, search every single prisoner bed and everything every single night. And keep an eye on the prisoners all day. Like, they really do need more staffing. But right now, I can't really afford it. Once I finish one of these grants, I'll take one of the security grants next, which should give me a bit more money to throw at security. Because I'm just waiting for, like, one particularly terrible prisoner to show up and kick off and just start dropping people. Because I'll start training to get them, like, tasers and all that kind of stuff, but I need a classroom before I can do that. Because they have to have training. Alright. And a whole bunch of people are mad because they've been searched recently. That's fine. They'll get over it by the time they wake up. Alright, so I don't see any rooms with water spilling out everywhere or fire, so that's usually a good sign. It's interesting how much hygiene becomes a problem. That, like, just sleeping at night, their hygiene is always in a bad spot when they first wake up. Okay, I think it seems to be okay. I got one prisoner needed medical attention, one in lockdown, so that's probably someone who got in a fight with the guard. Alright, we're almost ready to build some more cells. We can't make it happen. And the reason I'm building the luxury cells is because they come with their own showers and everything in it. It means I don't need a dedicated shower room. I don't need dedicated shower time, like to go to the shower room. Because showers are one of the places that you typically have people fight in them. So we're doing all this kind of stuff. I am removing some of the dangers. And it also means I can put them in lockdown in their own room way more. It ends up not being nearly as much of a problem. Alright, I just need you to finish the walls there. And plunk that light on your wall. Now, another way I could probably build the prison to make this safer is if I could have, like, each segment of the prison is its own enclosed thing that has all their needs met. Then I wouldn't have to have them run back and forth between there. And we might get there eventually. Just early game, you usually don't have what you need to set that up. There, get that light in there. There's 2 more cells in there. Alright, so that's the cells for that section done. How's our power grid doing? A little over half, so that's fine. Alright, so next investment will be the chapel, which is going to go here somewhere. Can I have any idea what you cost? That's right, the chapel didn't have a committed room. Alright, that's actually fine. Where's the shop? I want to do both anyways. So if I place the shop... There you go. Can you deliver food straight to the cells? I believe there are ways you can set that up for individuals. So if I put someone like in permanent lockdown, they'll do that. As far as doing it for the entire prison, I don't believe you can. Like, if for no other reason, I think the amount of labor involved in having your people deliver the food to each and every prison cell, you would need so much staff it wouldn't be worth your while. Yeah, I do believe that they're in solitary confinement or they are in lockdown, that the guards will deliver food to them if they get hungry enough. Alright. They're getting all this sorted. Alright, so next up is I'm going to build the shop here, because that should take the literature and the luxury needs. Metal detectors are a must at our door. Yeah, then you got to power them, though. You also have to have a guard at the area, because if you have a metal detector go off and there's no guard nearby, they won't detect. So you end up having to have the guards at the metal, like, in the area that the metal detectors are, and have the metal detectors. And that still doesn't help against a lot of contraband that isn't metal. And there's also a lot of contraband that also doesn't have a smell, that there's no elegant way to detect. You just have to search for. Like the rolling pin, for example. You just have to search for the rolling pin. It's not metal, it doesn't smell, so canines and metal detectors won't catch them. That's what I wanted to see. Alright, so let's get that shop going. Because with the shop built, I can put some prisoners work in the shop that can take care of literature and luxuries, and make us a little bit of money back, which should cover a bunch of needs. It doesn't help with spirituality, though, but we'll just have to worry about that when we get there. Okay. Yeah, let's have to wait till they finish that. Yep, and they're tapping me out financially, which is fine. We'll get that done, and then the next thing. All right. So as soon as that gets opened up, we'll get them set on the logistics of having people work the shop. And we'll start fitting the classroom and the chapel wherever we can. The chapel I can make whatever size. I think it's like 5x5. What were your requirements, chapel? All right, chapel 6x6. The classroom's 5x5. Oh, and oh, you're on money. That's fine. Because that'll give me a slight recovery in income. Up. You know, it's too late to do shakedown. We don't shake down tonight. All right, so logistics. We've got open up for prisoners to work it, and they'll either work it or they won't. That'll be good. All right. How big is this space? Yeah, so 13. I should be able to do 6x6 and 5x5 in that space, counting their walls. I'll probably have to go like right up to the edge, but that's okay. We're just gonna have to wait for the next batch of money. Okay. So we're only getting one new prisoner today. That's fine. We do have one up for parole today as well, so hopefully they get out and give us money. Because that's always a plus. Cool. Alright, so someone got in a fight and needed medical attention. Let's make sure we don't have a bunch of busted up stuff becoming a problem. Alright, now we're good. Oh, I guess you successfully paroled, didn't you? No, it's prisoner intake. And we made $15 from the shop. Heck yeah. Big money right there. Alright. Ah, right. That is going to be how that is. Um, hmm. So I still want the chapel, which we don't have a prefab for, the classroom, which we do have prefab, which I'll need to adjust a lot. The meeting room. We want all of these things. I guess we do the classroom. I was gonna try and fit them all in this space. I don't think it's gonna happen. Because that classroom is bigger than I need it, but I need 20 desks. Which does mean I'm gonna have to push the size on that. Was it 20 desks I need? Yes. Let's see here. If I can put it like this, it won't make it so I can use much of the space for anything else, though. If I make it smaller, it's going to be harder to stuff 20 desks in there, because that only has 10 desks in there, and it'll be hard to fit all 20. It's fine. When I have the money, we'll put the classroom in, and then we can worry about doing the chapel next. Well, the prison be fairly large and open. They'll be able to run around. We could add, like, flower gardens or whatever else. That's probably what we can do, is put, like, a flower garden up here. We'll put a flower garden up here and do the flower therapy or whatever it's called. Could also be a good thing to... Does security have its own room? Probably. Yada, yada, yada. That is not the way I would have expected that to be designed. But okay. Because I do need to get a security room and a couple more security guards and all that kind of stuff. It just hasn't been a priority yet. The only reason it's not been a priority yet is I don't have an open grant slot to do it. So I'm trying to get the classrooms online so I can start working on this reform initiative, because that'll pay me 40,000, which is really good. I need to work on the green machine one. I've been putting it off because it's spend a little money and wait. Where is the classroom again? Man, you really are more than 5,000? Weirdly, it seems to be fine, and then I go to place it rotated, and it's like, no, actually. Alright. Two prisoners say they are well treated. Aww. Alright, do we have anyone? We have 3 people up for parole today. Let's get someone paroled, please. I would like an influx of cash, if you do not mind. Because then I can build the classroom. We can start, the reform programs. It'll mean I'll have less of them that commit crimes again. More of them will successfully reform. So we'll get more bonus paychecks and less penalties. So that'll all be nice. Yeah, weirdly, rotating that way, it says insufficient funds, and I point it right. The other 3, it's like, no, that's fine. But I point right, it's like, no. Right's more expensive. Did you even know what you're doing? Oh, there we go. 2 paroled today. That is perfect. Oh, not there. Utilities. Run the power cable in there. And then when it's done building, I have to add an extra 10 desks. So more than likely I'll tell them to move the desk over here, like the teacher's desk over there, and just shove as many student desks in there as I can. Right, we'll just have to wait till it says build the classroom finishes. So we can go reform programs. We can do foundational education. There we go. All right, so move the desk up there. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Poor student on that desk. And foundational education is on the schedule. What else needed a classroom spot? Meeting room, common room. Actually, I have space in the common room, so you can do that. Meeting room, 3 strikes training, classroom, conflict resolution, meeting room, reform prisoner consultation, meeting room. Okay, well, that's something. Interestingly, they don't see a need to search the school desks. All right. Drug making class is always fun. That's not the type of classes. The classes we have foundational education, which is just like English, math, science. And I think general ed, or gen ed, which is a little bit deeper in those subjects. They're like school fundamental kind of things. All right. Posture? Yep. Posture be a thing. It do be a thing, though. What do you think chemistry class is? Not drug making class. I see you shrimping. I know. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, drug making is chemistry, but chemistry is not necessarily drug making. Your classroom seems slightly overcrowded. Yeah, it's a prison. Did you expect anything else? But yeah, no, it's especially this student here where I had to like turn their desk sideways and shove it in front of the teacher's desk. It's like, yep, that student's having a good time. Let's see. Taught by Walter White. All right, so flower garden needs to be 5 by 5. I was hoping it'd actually be way smaller than that. Well, that kind of sucks. Someone escaped. Yeah, I can see from the fact that there was a person there. The person who escaped effectively ran out the front door. All right. So, we're getting to about that point where I'm going to have to expand into another section. A perimeter spot there. Okay, let's check the inner circle of this is 33. by 48. So I can run over here. This will become the new inner circle. Okay. I was like, it was me. I escaped. No prison can hold me. Curses. Not again. Alright, so it's time to slowly bankrupt ourselves, making the next section of prison. Because I don't want to keep going this way. I need to get a new canteen and everything. And we're going to start having our prisoners crossing north-south. When that happens, this whole thing's going to be a lot spicier. Because that means I'll have to have like a door going from here across there kind of thing. There's just not going to be a way to completely remove myself from danger. Alright. Alright, and then we'll wait till we get our next patch of money. And we'll also, before I forget, utilities, solar. Because that's what's required for wind turbine to unlock. I can just cancel that. And I still got my wind turbine unlocked. And we sold the solar panel back for most of its money. Purchase and install a wind turbine. Understood. We'll leave that alone for a little while. It's too late to search everyone, but that's fine. All right. I probably need to have lights in the corridors too. Let's see, are prisoners a guarantee attack you if they get to you? Or they have to be upset? So they either have to be upset, or if they're volatile, they have to just RNG trigger, kicking off. They have a higher chance of attacking us, but it's not like they will automatically just, if they see me at all, immediately go for the murder. There's some that's got to escalate it to that. But it can be that they just decide they want you to die. But it's one of those things that, like, 90-something% of the time, you're in no real danger with the prisoners. It's just the problem of that one prisoner who really doesn't like you and wants you dead. And you don't know which one that one is. So, it's not literally one. It's just some prisoners are ready to come after you if they get the opportunity. Alright, so we got our reform programs going on. Little by little, we're improving the situation in our prison. I actually have time for more behavioral therapy people. Yep. We definitely need to make a meeting room happen. I got a whole lot of stuff. I probably need more than one meeting room ultimately. Did you bump up the Dark Brotherhood? I have no idea. I don't remember who those are. That sounds like something you should decide. Alright, yeah, so we're basically waiting for money. Assassin's Guild and Elder Scroll? I don't have an opinion on it. If it's RP, do what your heart tells you to do. If you just want content stuff, don't bump them off. Yeah. Ooh, stretch, 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 stretch. Oh, there we go. Back is just getting a little stiff. All right. So green energy goal, if we purchase 3 turbines, yep, okay. That's fine. In terms of content and loot, they're worth more alive than dead. Yeah, because I'll like be like, go get that target, that kind of thing. I mean, that's a you decision, Strider. Don't use me to clean your hands of moral decisions. Alright, so we get that going on. Waiting for our next batch of money to come in. If we manage to sit there and put down the 2 wind turbines, I could sell those and... Oh, cool. 2 prisoners reformed? Well, that's 2 wind turbines right there. So I can go utilities, power, boom, and boom. And now it's happy with that, so I cancel those. We let the truck arrive and immediately sell them. Unless it went to storage already. They did. Because then with that, I can go... That's not what I want. The solar wind turbine, which is actually more than I can afford. So let's dismantle that one. Basically RP as a holy paladin. Well, I mean, I would assume a holy paladin wouldn't typically be like, yeah, assassination. Alright, and that should complete it. And that'll be $5,000. Nice. Grant completed. Let's get ourselves a new grant. Okay. So, the crackdown on drugs usually just happens by doing a shakedown. So I'm going to go ahead and accept that. Then we'll do the, the thing with the tools, which again usually just happens with shakedown. So that I just look as like, free money since I'm going to shake down anyways. All right. Well, you're roped into RP people's problems? Yeah. I mean, that's how you choose to RP it for yourself. Which, again, that's fine. Because it's even fine to completely change your idea behind what you want your character to be. Like, that could actually be the fun. Now, granted, I'm talking more from a, not a playing a game by yourself kind of RP, but like when you're RPing with others. Having the character that they have the very clear this is where they started, but just because of the stuff that kind of happens, in your RP, you wind up someplace completely different can be very fascinating to like play through. You know, the character that starts with, you know, like the criminal background, all that, they're doing all sorts of awful things, but just through circumstances ends up befriending one of the law enforcers, like law enforcement on the server, ends up becoming effectively an informant, and then, you know, eventually goes straight and all that. Um, that can be a very fun dynamic for a character to play because you kind of have that multiple different directions the character's leaning at the same time. Or the other way around, where your character starts off as a cop, they get burnt and jaded based on the stuff happening, they make friends with some of the people they end up locking up, and, you know, they realize it's not quite as black and white as you would otherwise think, you know, good and bad and all that, that there's a lot of gray in there, and, you know, they end up being a lot less into that, so they kind of switch end. And then maybe they take it even farther, where it goes from being great to they start going even farther to the point that's very clearly not okay. But those kind of characters would be very fun to interact with and play with because there's a lot more depth to them than this character's the Boy Scout. They Boy Scout, Boy Scout, Boy Scout. Or this character is like the edgy. Or this character's like, you know, chronic kleptomaniac versus like this one is just always upstanding. Having a little bit more complexity can be a lot of fun. And we're just waiting on money. Alright. Find 10 illegal narcotics. We're about to get this knocked out of the park right now. It's shakedown time. And just like that, we'll get 15,000 bucks. If we don't find them today, we will find them. Okay. And also the more reform stuff, I believe that will help your odds of making parole. I want to say one of the main things in parole in this game is your reoffending rate, that the lower it is, the more likely you are to succeed in paroling. I don't think it's a hard thing like this percent you do, this percent you don't. I believe it's, you know, an RNG roll that is weighted based on your reoffending chance. Which would honestly probably be more realistic to what it would actually be in real life. Because you don't actually look at a prisoner and say, I know your precise whatever. Now, the head version of this character is very agent, Lord of the Rings style Wraith in Test Skyrim. Let's see. That has a grim sense of humor, but has a line of what he's willing to do. Right. Yeah, so it's just, again, it's a decision you have to make. Because, like, you are playing, you know, a character in single player, because it's, you know, Skyrim. You are playing a character in single player, like it's going to be what it is. You can choose like if you want to stick to the character or, you know, deviate from it, or what you do and do consider over the line and all that. You know, how much you want that line to move as you play. Those are all decisions you make. And because you are playing on your own, it doesn't really matter how it would affect anyone else because it can't. Because, you know, it's Skyrim, you're playing the game by yourself. Surprisingly, didn't find any more illegal narcotics last night. It's okay. We'll find them yet. Don't you worry. Alright, just waiting for the money so we can start building out our next cell block. That won't. So let's see, we have 8, 16, 24. Yeah, it won't be enough to push this over to having the next one. The big thing I need to remember this one is I believe we're at the point we should have another canteen. Canteen and canteen and kitchen both, but by the way. Because right now I've got 32 prisoners. They got 32 prisoners going into that one, and it seems perfectly well equipped to deal with that. But I don't think I want to put in like the full 50, because like as you put more and more prisoners into the same canteen, you're more likely to have stuff kick off, and by having more prisoners there when it kicks off, when an event kicks off, it's more likely to draw other people in. You can have it escalate very rapidly. Versus you keep it to only like 10, 20, 30 people in there. That's only 10, 20, 30 people who can kick off in that instance right there. All right, come on. Yeah, and the prisoners' foundation education and general education, that usually takes a while, unfortunately. Probably have the gate up front here. That'll be the most likely walking place. I could also put one back here, but I'll probably leave it just the one in the front as where we put the gate through. All right. Okay, find me some more illegal narcotics. Could do that, I get another grant to get our payday. Then I can start the next one. Mostly it's just weapons. Oh, there was one. I only need 3 more. Oh, there was another one apparently? I didn't see the second one. Oh, I guess the booze? No, never mind. For some reason I thought I said 80% there for a second. Otherwise it was like, booze is not an illegal narcotic. It's a drug. Okay, apparently cigarettes count as an illegal narcotic. Sure. Alright. Well, we're 2 closer. How much is it going to cost me to build this wall? Be like 8,000, right? Yeah, 7,200. Basically, I'm stuck waiting until I have that money. Because then I can block off the next area, we start putting the fence inside, I can start building out the next set of prison cells. I'm cool with it having at the beginning that they share the canteen. Because tobacco is illegal in the prison architect world. It could be just, like, not allowed inside the prison. Like, that could be the restriction, is that the prison has rules against cigarettes inside it by itself. So I guess in the context of it's illegal to have the cigarettes in the prison because it's considered contraband. We also don't necessarily know that that package 100% is... Well, no, it's got to be cigarettes, because... Can't I find it? Yeah, no, there's cigarettes. Yep, they're literally cigarettes. I'm assuming it just means contraband that is drugs. It's just like anything qualifies as illegal narcotics in that sense from game logic. And then booze is its own category. Alright, that's enough for me to feel safe building this wall. Cool, and once that's built, we can start replacing this with a fence and all that. Alright. It won't be too long before it'll be worth us to start making the privacy fence on the other side of the road. Because we already have like the top 2/3 of the map I've got along the road already. So if I were to put the privacy fence over here, then they can't, like, you know, when we put the gate up there, then they can't do the thing where when one of these doors is open, they just run out real fast. Oh, you're already done. Alright, well then it's time to do this, which is to make this that kind of fence. And delete the wall here. Delete that section of wall. And then we'll go down here and go doors. Alright. Seems you haven't died yet? I have not. Doing our shakedown. We gotta try and find a couple more narcotics to finish that grant. Come on, people. I just need to find a couple bottles of poison, a couple cigs, you know, whatever it is. You say this game, we control because the controls are awkward on PS4. Oh yeah, I can only imagine trying to play these kinds of games. Most simulation games of this type don't translate well to controller. That's one. I just need one more.
Pipe down, Daddy's concentrating.
Okay. Come on, one more narcotic. Let's get our 15,000 from the grant. And done. So lock that open. Lock that open. We go to deployment. Staff only, staff only. Okay. So let's get back to safety before all the prisoners get out here. Stop fighting my people. Why are you upset? What is your deal now? If your deal is hygiene, every single cell is equipped with a shower in the entire prison. That is what we refer to as a you problem. If you choose to not bathe in the shower in your cell and then you get upset about it, that is the person in the mirror's fault. Alright, so grants. Alright, so security procedure. Hire 10 guards. Patrols. Okay, so right now, the first thing we'll do is we'll train patrols. And I'll hire the guards after I get everything else lined up. This says prisoners only had 30 minutes. Oh, well, they sleep while the search is happening. It just wakes them up when, you know, it's their turn to be searched. Alright. So we will start this by going... Oh man, I got some actually really good money now. Alright, so quick build, luxury sell. Honestly, you're gonna be going this way anyways. Let me through the door. I don't want to be out here. Okay, so how are we doing in our power grid down here? I can go ahead and add more capacitors and just max that out. So that's the max that can handle. All right. Now I need to grab the water pipes. Okay. All right, we'll let that go for a minute. Oh, we're already set up, so what we'll need to do is the next thing is I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guards now. And I will go deployment. Where's it? Patrols. 1. Alright. Where do I do this? Assign guards. 1, 2, 3. And grant done. Get rid of that patrol route. Get out of here. Cool. Alright, so that takes care of another grant. We now actually have a couple more guards around here. So that's for the armed guards, and I'm not going to worry about that just yet. So what is our prisoner reoffending rate anyways? See if we can't just get an instant thing. 34%. So we're not quite there. We have a minor negative on our security rating, and the rest of the stuff we're still building up. Which doesn't surprise me that these ones have ridiculously high because they're the ones causing the most trouble. Alright, so let's try what other grants we have. Reform program. Enroll 10 prisoners in animal therapy, 10 prisoners 3 strikes. Consultation. Reform prisoner initiative. Achieve 100 reform prisoners. After release, that's going to be a long time out. Restaurant thing. Get death row prisoners. I don't think I have the availability of death row right now. I have to do research for that. The restaurant, bakery, farming, eco-friendly, which is to make our place run off of that kind of stuff. Prison manufacturing, which we'll do later. I think, honestly, let me go ahead and do the animal therapy, the 3 strikes, and the reforming that, because I believe that primarily requires meeting rooms anyways, which is something I was going to build. The 2 big things we're talking about building over here was the meeting room and the chapel. As well as I need like the canteen and everything to support what we've got. Alright, I've got a bunch of money still. So you can go ahead and get the next block going. I don't remember where I lined that one up. I'll connect in a minute. And water. Get all that built. And that's where that water pipe is, so we connect you. That's where the electrical line is, so we connect you. Alright, I guess I will just run this the whole way up. Alright, so let's give that a moment to go. I'll probably go ahead and add a door over here. Give myself another way out on that end. Cool. Got that built up. We'll need to put more walkway down there when it's not. Yeah, we'll build more walkway down here when I don't. Actually, I can go around here. Alright, that had the wrong tiles. I forgot about that. So you can go right up here. Okay, so got all the tiles corrected to the right type. Alright, so we got this space in the middle to work with. We can go ahead and grab these tiles, bring them out 3. Those will go over here. And over there. Go to objects, grab our lights. So we can actually see when we're running around here. Alright, so we have the canteen in the middle up here. We're still going to need to do that. We're still going to need our canteen. I do have a decent amount of money, so let's go quick build. Canteen. Alright, the other one I put... Why do you have to be an odd size? Why do you have to do this to me? Why do you have to hurt me like this? Alright, so put that there. We'll go to build room. Kitchen. That's fine. It means we won't have those rooms I want to the next block, but it is what it is. And meanwhile, hook up all the water. And where is the fire sprinkler? We'll put that there. Oh, I can't put that there yet. I'll put it there when I'm able. And meanwhile, I can go lights. Let's get the heck out of the danger zone real fast. Oh, don't do that one. Alright, there we go. Then we can also go to the wall lights. There we go. Put you here. There and there. And I'll need to put one there when it's ready. Okay, so we spent a heck of a lot of money. A heck of a lot of money in the last day or so. Building a whole lot of prison. We have had 16 more cells. Another cantina that's coming. We will add... Oh. Alright, and just saying it to reload the save, we have the bug where our Fog of War is not updating correctly. So let's save here real fast. This is a bug we run into every once in a long while. And all it is, you just save and reload. Basically what happens is my Fog of War doesn't update correctly. So when I try and like build something, like, you can't see it. And you can tell if I'm like walking into what looks like washed out gray area, that's what's happened. Alright, meanwhile, doors, double doors here. Alright, and what? Why don't you have water? Did I short you one? I probably shorted you one. Where'd that pipe go? Okay, that tile. Alright, so you got all that going, you got all this hooked up, we're all good there. I've got the 2 cooks I need to that operate, we've got our doors sorted out. Cool. Here. Deployment. Visitors to direction. There. That way they quit trying to go through this little back area. Alright. This is the next block done. It's gonna be a little bit for money-wise. Cash flow out versus cash flow in. Oh, is other expensive? What are my other expenses that were terrible? Reoffending. Gotcha. Well, we're working on it. Because the prison is expanding. Still disappointing, those windows. Alright. So zoom in a little so those aren't too as bad on the eyes. We take 1 second real fast. I need to grab myself a new drink, so thank you so much for everyone who's been tuning in, has been lurking, chatting, following, subscribing. So the person is supposed to present you as a warpin? Yeah. So I chose random. There's different wardens that have different things. I'm sorry I didn't catch your comment, Icomac. I just missed seeing it. My apologies. But yeah, so there's a bunch of different wardens. So we got randomly assigned Rita because we chose random. So her whole gimmick is she's supposed to be like the kind of intimidating lady kind of warden. So prisoners nearby her are suppressed faster. And she is less likely to get prisoners with the traits stoic and fearless. Now, it only halves it. They don't get rid of them entirely, but it does reduce the rate we see them. So basically, it means prisoners who are resistant to being suppressed, which is when the guards have like intimidated the prisoner to the point that they're like, all right, I'm not going to act up. Like, you know, the guards are just like really all over me, so I'm just gonna chill. It gets them there, and it takes away the 2 traits that let them just straight up ignore that mechanic. Because there are some prisoners who suppress them, and they just do not care. Alright, we'll be right back. Just grabbing a drink. So thank you again so much for tuning in, lurking, chatting, flying, subscribing to the bits, hosts, the donos, and the raids. It all helps. I really do appreciate it, and I do hope you're enjoying the stream so far. There we go. For some reason, it's just being weird from a... Thank you for everyone turning up, like, tonight. I honestly wasn't expecting quite this good of a turnout for Prison Architect. And while we've had a couple of raids during the stream, we didn't... I can't think of any raids we had that were, like, big raids. Because that's usually one of those things that's kind of also makes it tricky to decide on games with all that. Is sometimes you'll sit there and you'll have, like, a game you'll play and you'll be like, I think this game did really well. And then you'll realize you had, like, 2 raids of, like, 40 people. And you're going, oh, no, we just got raided and that messed with the numbers. Now, obviously, you want the raids because the numbers matter, but it's also one of those things when you have a stream where it's like the only raids are, you know, a couple of smaller raids, which, again, thank you so much for those raids. I'm not belittling those raids, but you kind of feel a lot better when you hit like 80 viewers and you're like, you know what, only like 8 or 10 people came through raids, which means everyone else showed up just because they wanted to see it. It's a very validating thing, is the way I'll put it. Because there's so much about streaming that is guesswork that you wish you could have better information to make better decisions, but that information just doesn't exist in the universe, and there isn't a way to collect it for you. The game is good. It's similar to Rimworld, but nicer. Yeah, the thing though is like if you look on Twitch most of the time, like I'm willing to bet, and I'm gonna go and do this real fast because I make good decisions. I'm willing to bet if I look right now in the category, I'm probably the number one. Yep. There is 2 people on all of Twitch streaming this right now. There is me and one person who has 3 viewers. But that's typical Prison Architect. Someone generally like you as well, which is nice. Yeah. I mean, I would assume most of the people who are here because they are already. There's probably gonna be a couple maybe that came through just because it's Prison Architect and they have no idea who the heck I am, which is fine. Like, that's cool. But I would say probably the bulk of people were already people following the channel or saw like the message on someone else's Discord that I was going live and they're like, oh, Prison Architect, Permadeath Warden mode, what's that? That kind of thing. Why are you going out that way? I literally said a thing that said, this is the way you go in and out. This is employees only. That means beat it. Families visiting the prison. Going through the secure area. Yep, and this means it's someone who was in my prison. I let them out. And they... Yep, this person... So they were here previously. They served for burglary and fraud. But they are back because they committed a burglary and video game piracy. Oh, man. Before they were just kind of a lightweight criminal, but video game piracy? That person took a dark turn in their life. Now you're gonna tell me they committed copyright infringement. They took someone's, music and they didn't properly, properly give credit to the author, or I guess the musician or whatever. You wouldn't download a car. I always loved that one, because for those who don't know what that meme is that Fox Mouse talked about, like, you wouldn't download a car. Like, in the infancy of the internet, there was this whole thing that, like, music piracy was starting to pick up. And they were like, don't copy that floppy. That kind of thing. But they were like, you wouldn't download a car, would you? And it's like, yes. Yes, I would. If I am capable of downloading a car, it means I am just winking another car into existence. You still have your car. Your car is still sitting in its driveway. I have downloaded a copy. I have my own car that I've just apparently made exist somehow. That is basically the Star Trek replicator. Like, yes, I would absolutely do that. Imagine for a moment we could manufacture cars without the whole, mining ore and processing it and all of the infrastructure and shipping and all of the other things that have the negative environmental impacts, and the only environmental impact to be a small amount of electricity generation, which we could generate renewably now, and we could just, poof cars into existence. Like, that would be revolutionary for the environment. There's just like grabbing my 12GA. We're taking him out back. For downloading a car. Those ads are basically Uber fail. Oh yeah. Well, and it's like they were trying to be trendy, so they're getting like popular musicians at the time and like doing like MC Hammer kind of dances and like don't copy that floppy and having like dancing and singing it. Oh, it was so bad. Like that's the reason it became memes nowadays. They were like so over the top ridiculous that they were actually kind of fun because they didn't even make logical sense. They realized rather quickly and then approached it in other ways, which is good. Yeah. No, for video game piracy? Oh yeah, absolutely. Video game piracy, I mean, why would you do such a thing? It's just terrible. Being entirely genuine, when I was broke college student, it was the 90s. People downloaded like, well, 90s to 2000s. It was like people were downloading everything. Broke high school college kid. It's not like I had money to buy things. Like even working, like it's not I had like money I could throw at, 50, 60, $70 at video games or whatever. So it was just, you got a whole stuff. But as I became an adult, I was like, oh, like if I enjoyed the game, even if I had already played it out, like I did that with The Sims, I had gotten a hold of that, played it a whole bunch, and then later when I had mine, it's like, you know what, okay, I'm buying it. Like I'm gonna do right. I got a bunch of fun out of this game. I'm gonna buy it. I used to not be able to afford it, which is why I didn't buy it. There's also things that started working the software, like, oh, this actually hurts people. Not just the big, corporate whatever you don't care about. Kids these days don't know the true meaning of cringe. There's different meanings for cringe, I would definitely say. There's definitely stuff I see pop up that people are like, that's so cringe, and I'm like, is it though? Like there was a song recently that the song is actually a couple years old, but like the gist of the song was like that the person was like, people pick on him for saying like things about, strong women or whatever. It's like, I like all women. It's just a song about it. And it's like not like a lewd song or whatever, but just a bunch of like, random video game cartoon characters. They just talk about like, it doesn't really matter. Women are cool and all that. And people's like, oh, that's so cringe. I'm like, is it though? It seems like a very positive message, like just in general. That's like, hey, you know what? I don't care what you look like. We're cool. And people were all like upset because like you took all these fake characters. That's weird, man. Like, it would be super creepy if you just out of context took a bunch of random real people and started singing about like them as the people there. That'd get very uncomfy very fast. You have no idea of cringe, but I did see an old late 90s picture of your older sister. I mean, let's face it, 90s music was cringe, and not in the modern sense, and just like, ooh, a lot of this was not good. As in poor quality, not good, where you're just like, this is not a winning sound. There's definitely, I mean, there's good stuff in there too, to be clear. There's definitely a lot of 90s where you're like, yep, there's a reason why we don't hear anyone playing that song anymore. Oh man, that was not good. Alright, just weighing on the money a little bit, because I can't start the next cell block till we do. Man, was that three penalties? 3 reoffending penalties in one day, and we didn't stay negative. That's really good, but also, ow. Stop reoffending and stop criming. I'm gonna need everyone to reduce the rate of their criming just a little bit. Oh yeah, let's get the spot up here looking nice that we talked about earlier. A flowery field. Okay. But basically, I'm have to wait on a decent amount more money. Oh, good. So we started having people get through our first course, so it's time to add general education. Don't tell me there's no room. There's no room because I have something else. What else is using the classroom? It's not you. What? What else is using that classroom? It's not behavioral therapy. It's not you. It's not alcohol. That's... Oh, it's 3 strikes, isn't it? No, that's a common room. 3 strikes training. All right. So I need a second classroom. That's a bummer. I need all these rooms for my reform programs. Why can't I just have all of the space? Hey, the notebook page. For those who don't know, they actually hide notes that they appear during certain events and all that. That is actually the notebooks of one of the devs, like, just their notes of what they're doing. Now, obviously, this is not meant for other people to read, because they did not take the time to, like, really, really write that out. But it's a cool little Easter egg. They also have, you can find pictures. So, like, if you have some prisoners get into a fight in the canteen, like the little photograph will like appear on the ground, and if you click on, it'll give you like a little picture for it. And if you collect all the pictures, there's, you know, I don't know. I don't remember if there's achievements in this game or not. I can't remember, but I remember it was a thing to get all the pictures. I remember taking the time to do it. All right, so we're gonna be stuck kind of waiting until we get $10,000. So animal therapy is what room? So I need to do animal therapy, reformed consultation. Yeah, so it's animal therapy and reformed consultation is the 2 I need. So animal therapy, I believe, is a meeting room. Yes. Reformed prisoner consultation, meeting room. So I need a meeting room for those. And for those who don't know what that is, the animal therapy is like, you know, they bring in animals to kind of help people, like, not mellow out. I don't want to state that wrong, but get a better fix on their mood and all that. You know, kind of give them like family and all that. Because usually what they'll do is they'll have the prisoner, I believe they'll have the prisoner take care of the animal. You know, they'll have like supervision or all that. And if the prisoner is going real well, then sometimes they'll even let the prisoner effectively like adopt an animal. It's actually proved like really helpful for people because it gives them kind of, you know, the animals, you get like a kind of a familial bond kind of thing. So it's a good way of like kind of giving them a responsibility or giving them some meaning or purpose if that's what they're dealing with. I mean, reform prisoner consultation is basically for, you know, for prisoners who are trying to get on the right path, that they do have them talk with people, or reformed prisoners, so people who were in the prison system, got out, got their lives together. Then they'll have them come back into the prison just to talk to the, you know, the next group of prisoners trying to, you know, put their lives back together. Pit bulls and parolees on the learning channel up next. Yep. It's a good program. That's well, there's a lot of stuff that I'm not gonna say the name. There was a sheriff in a town I used to come from that I don't necessarily agree with a lot of stuff he did, but it was one of the really good things he did. Was he put together a lot of partnerships for like he started doing a lot of reformation kind of stuff. I did have the thing where like they would bring animals into the prison that were like rescues and all that, you know, that people weren't adopting from the animal care, have the prisoners, you know, take care of them kind of thing. So, you know, rather than those animals, you know, being put down. It kind of gave both the prisoner and the animal a second chance, as it were. And it's not that the animal did anything wrong. It's just, unfortunately, with adoption, a lot of people won't adopt older animals. Looks like Oni Heil. Yeah, no, we had a poll earlier if people wanted to see me continue doing this run or to switch over to Oni, and it was a pretty aggressive vote, but Prison Architect won by a fair margin in the end. All right, so we gotta wait for more money. But I really appreciate that program, and they also had a bunch of other stuff like things that people like, trash pickup kind of things that they would, basically have the prisoners the chance to get out of the prison for a little while, and it would just do like stuff like trash pickup kind of things. It was entirely voluntary on them, and it had like no effect on their parole or anything. But it was a kind of cool program that allowed them volunteer just to be out and about. You're still on the ATS train, 14 hours and 3 days. Yeah, I keep going. It's like, do I want to play ATS? Which is American Truck Simulators for those who don't know. Like, do I want to play ATS today? Because it's a lot of fun. Like, it's a really, really chill game. That feels like if I ever have a game that I'm just like kind of in a brain drain kind of day, like whatever, maybe I was doing my taxes or having to deal with some other thing that I've like had to really concentrate for a while, and then you're just like at the end of the day, like, you know what, I don't want to think. I could see ATS being a good one. It's just like, all right, I'm just trying to get from here to here. Cool, I can follow GPS. Because like there's certain things you can do to min max it a whole bunch, but if you just want to make kind of progress without having to think about it, you can just be like, okay, sort by mile per hour. Okay, show me the list of jobs. Cool. I'll take whichever one pays a decent amount total. Good enough for me. All right, so we're just waiting on money. Got a bunch of prisoners up for parole today. We can get some of those paroled. That'll be some good cash for us. We still also need to get the chapel in there. Because spirituality is the one need we're really not meeting right now. All the other needs we basically have covered. But spirituality is the one place that I don't have a chapel, so we're not doing anything there. It's just I keep coming up with like other things I need to do. It keeps getting like, the can keeps getting kicked down the road, as it were. And I'm only 2 prison cells from finishing my cell block B grant, which is what I'm doing right now. Is I want to build this area in. I'm doing that. Are we at the point that I need to set up another power generation? I think we're probably getting pretty close, right? Oh no, we're good. It won't be too much longer. Probably 2 more cell blocks will be it. Or if I put up like the work room or the if I build a workshop, that'll gobble up power like no one's business. It is kind of weird running on the outside and not being able to see literally anything happening inside the prison at all. Hey, search the prisoner that smells. And I want you right here. You, come on. I can see your smell from here, buddy. There you are. Search that guy. Oh, I didn't see where he took off to. I'm not willing to run in there. We are on permadeath. All it takes is me running in there and someone deciding that I need not live anymore, and that would be the end of the run. So I'm going to just not walk into that place. Because I'm going to shake him down anyways, so that's fine. Wait a second. Cell block? Oh. There's a weird bug where the cell block B and all that seems to unset. Like when I have to do a reload, which we've had to do a couple of times because there seems to be a bug when you're playing this mode that your fog of war eventually stops following your character, which makes it impossible to build stuff. So you have to like quickly, save and reload, and then it fixes it. All right, let's walk out here. You got a good amount of contraband here? That we do. To be fair, it's an outdoor prison without like a big buffer on the fence line, so people are just hucking contraband over the wall. The only way I can fix it is to put a really far out perimeter, and I don't really have the means to do that right now. How's it going, Moriarty? Hope you're having yourself a good time of day. Alright, so we can go here. Green fence, because now that's all closed in over there. Delete that wall. Delete this wall. Alright, and the next thing to do is doors. Large door here and here. Here and here. There and there. And staff doors here and here. There and there. There and there. That way I can run through here relatively safely and not have to worry about getting shanked. The police chief's like, hey, yo, there's a lot of contraband in your prison. Uh-huh. Way to repeat chat, Chief. Chat was way ahead of you on that one. You should be embarrassed. It's not even their job. Alright, so I got 8,000 some change. Okay. Something's not right there. Cancel those. That was not right. I put a space in between them. I was like panicked for a second. I was like, that's not supposed to be like that. Alright, so now I gotta wait for all that to build. Then I can start running the utilities and all that through when I have more money. We can go and try and get some meeting rooms in here. I still need a chapel. I still need a library. I still need a second classroom. We're working on all of these things. At some point, I still want to clean up the ground to not be dirt everywhere. That's the reason I'm using the fences with grass underneath it, is I plan on making it nice at some point. Right now, the only place I've made nice is over here by Parole. We put some pretty flowers in front of that one. At some point soon, I do need to get my security room built. And ideally I want to put that somewhere generally central prison so that no matter what stuff kicks off, any spare guards waiting in the security room can rush to that scene. We also want to get a bunch of CCTV cameras up. Keep an eye on things here. I probably like genuinely put like one CCTV camera here and one there, like that pointing that way and that pointing that way. I could probably watch every single cell block. It would only take a couple of guards. Alright, so we got prisoner reformed, a bunch of shop sales. We made $700 in shop sales. And we sold 306 flowers. Where did I get flowers from? Wait. How? Do I have flower therapy set up already? I don't have flower therapy set up. Do I? I know I wanted to, but I didn't have space. Where are the flowers coming from? Where did I get 700 flowers from? I'm so confused. It's fine. We got another 4 prisoners up for parole today. Lovely. Hopefully we can cash out there and make some money. And we're right about to get a big payout. As soon as we get this one more cell, that'll be our 50 cells to complete the cell block B grant. Oh, there we go. It's $20,000. Cell block C grant, so that's another 10,000. Let's drop time down to normal speed for a moment. Feel incredibly sluggish and strange and unsure of why we can barely move. Because we're used to going super fast. I want to try and get this done before the prisoners are all out and about and I'm in danger. Because I was trying to do this at the speed we had been moving. Prisoners have been running around for a while. Alright, and back into the wall. Gonna let them get that sorted for a minute, and then we'll start getting our common rooms in the middle. I guess in the meantime I could also do this. Why? A recent profile gang case implicated one of our minimum security prisoners as a high-ranking gang leader. They've remained under the radar, but now everyone knows who they are. Oh, I think it was trying to keep the camera locked on me while also trying to move the camera wherever it wanted to move it. So I think it was like the event conflicting with the with this mode's the way it wants to run the camera. So basically, what I'm gathering from that whole shebang is I have a really significant gang member in my prison. I actually have a decent number of gang members. How are my gangs going? Intelligence, gangs. I have 4 members in the blue gang, 1 officer, and I got 1 gang member in the green gang. So it's the blue gangs. The blue gang's got 5 members now. That is a problem. Stop recruiting, please. Hill and Palmer. So the catch is, if I lock up, there's Palmer. So it says you're a gang member and that you're extremely tough. And there's Hill. Ooh, okay. Hang on. Wait a second. Let's talk. Hey, wait a second. Can we negotiate this? This is a legendary criminal of the criminal underworld and has numerous skills and ability that make them very dangerous. They are extremely strong, extremely tough, extremely volatile, stoical, so they will not become suppressed when locked in solitary confinement. They just don't really care. Extremely deadly, they're fearless, extremely quick, and they're an expert fighter. So don't mind me, Chad. I'm just gonna be over here for just a minute. Um, there's nothing happening here. There's nothing going on. Starting to feel like the armory. Let's go ahead and start training that right now. Get that taser rollout moving. Um, well, that person's bad news. Well, supposedly he's like some super high up gang member or whatever. Guards. It would tell them to search it. They'll go run and they'll find that prisoner. Where are my guards? Why aren't they doing anything? I told you to search the man. There's like 20 of you with nothing going on. I'm not asking much. I want you to go search this man. Don't. It's not safe for me to go over there. Hey, you, guard, follow me. Please escape. No, don't fight. Just escape. Just escape, buddy. Did you get out? You see nothing, chat. Nothing is happening here, chat. You see nothing. I don't know what happened, chat. Everything was fine. And then it wasn't. That prisoner, I'd either need them to escape or they needed to die. Yeah, there's a reason why people are immediately suppressed around Rita. There is a reason. That prisoner, we are not equipped to deal with. He just got bonked a couple times. Yeah, I mean, let's be serious. He was a legendary prisoner who was deadly, extremely tough, just outright as dangerous as could possibly be. I mean, read it with a clipboard. There's no way she was responsible for his death. That's just. I mean, she appreciates the enthusiasm and the belief in her capabilities, but I mean, really, a clipboard? Come on, let's be realistic here. There's there's no way she was responsible for what happened. For the record, for the next couple of days, all of those gang members are going to be super pissed. But the rest of them weren't legendary prisoners ready to destroy everything. So there's been 3 deaths, and they're not my guards. They are gang members. What is happening that so many people are dying and none of them are my gang members, or none of them are guards or as well? They're none of my staff, right? None of my staff are dying? One of my my one workman died a while ago. I never replaced them. That's right. Like, that was a long time ago. One of the workmen got killed, I'm pretty sure. Well, we found a dealer. He just exploded in cigarettes everywhere. I'm waiting for the hearse to see who actually died. Well, the hearse pulled up and no one was put on it, so that's somewhat alarming. So, we have 2 people have been killed recently. Enjoy that clip when it comes up someday. I mean, it was immediately that prisoner showed up. I'm like, I need way more guards. I need to get them at least tasers, if not more. This is not sufficient. Did I not hook that up? What's... Oh, you're not hooked up at all. Let's fix that real fast. Oh, right. I was working on this when the call came in, and then the camera started vibrating violently, and I was like, oh, what? Yeah, you saw that gang member was revealed in the prison, and like instantly I already had 5 people in there. That was just the very tactical, this has to be dealt with now. Either I need to let this prisoner escape, so they're not here recruiting in my prison, or they need to be dealt with. Because if you lock them up, everyone in their gang just melts down completely. And so, like, gangs will 100% destroy your prison. What does our gang situation look like now? Okay. So the good news is we did contain the gang. They went from 5 members. Where do you think you're going? Deployment. Staff only, staff only. Beat it. I am not having a maximum security prison in my secure little corridor. This is where I go to hide and openly weep for my own personal safety. I was actually hoping the prisoner would just escape, by the way. But removing them from the prison was is an acceptable situation. I'm kind of impressed, honestly, that the guards managed to take him down as many different modifiers as he had. That was definitely one thick prisoner. Like, that's not the prisoner you worry about in the dark alley. Even a well-lit alley is still terrifying with that guy. Alright. So I still need a classroom, and I still need a meeting room. So let's run over here. I've got the money. We just got to set it up. So quick build. Classroom. We should be able to fit something down there. We have someone who is overdosing. Lovely. I'll accept it. All right, and so we've got that. We've got the infirmary. So the mailroom would be the next one to consider. That, the chapel. And the chapel doesn't have a specific room for it. That's actually one of the reasons I keep not doing it, is it's just, you know, I just do this stuff. So you can put you here. Got the mailroom over there as well. They pack a lot of stuff in here. So I could fit the chapel in here as well, and then this could be something else. That's what I think I'm going to do. Is I am going to do that. Once these build, we'll build the chapel up here, and then maybe this becomes the workshop. We can go ahead and get those lights out of the way. This would be like just one big Reformation room kind of thing. We're still doing perfectly fine on visitor rooms and all that, but I can put something here and that'll help. All right. Tasers and body armor. And for general ed, I don't need more seats. Not many people get into gen ed. Is it really the meeting room? We also have to check, we might just need more meeting rooms, because there's a lot of Reformation things that use the meeting room. Alright. Is there anything else I want them training? I'm not going to worry about the guard towers yet. And I want the canines and surveillance and all that kind of stuff. That's a later me problem. Sorry. I could see getting some armed guards, and in those checkpoints between the, so like I have the big block where all the cells are, putting them at like the little secure gap here, put an armed guard at each one of those, because if I did that, that's the route that people would take in to come after me. It give me the best chance of being defended. If they riot and they try and cut through here to get to me, because like this should be considered its own like little room. but they cut through there, like start smashing the door, the armed guard should be able to respond to it no matter where it's at. Okay, so you're done with... Oh, that's the meeting room. So you're done with the classroom and the meeting room. Alright, so programs. Animal therapy. Conflict resolution. That'll be a flower area, workshop, chapel, classroom. Do you say there's not enough rooms? You don't. You're good. Okay. Cool. Interestingly enough, it says no one could show up for that, but that's okay. It's on the schedule. Maybe someone will get through it. And that's the mail room, and then this is the library. Okay. Alright, let's get away for a little bit more money, then we'll build our chapel. And like I said, I don't know what this room is going to be. It could become a workshop. What rooms am I missing right now? So we'll have the chapel up here. It's not going to be a forestry. It's not going to be a morgue. I could make that security. That actually wouldn't be a bad move. Make that big space there security. That way all the police officers, like, kind of here in the middle. That wouldn't be a bad idea, because some of these rooms could be places that get things bad. Because otherwise it'd make it a, a gymnasium, which I don't really need. That's all outdoor stuff. The restaurant bakery you want near the front so that your guests don't have to go through the entire prison. Honestly, I found the morgue in the game kind of useless, because they take the body to the morgue and then immediately put it in the hearse, and then it just leaves. So it's like you're just adding this middle step. So I think this will be security, that'll be the chapel. Speaking of which, we just got a bunch of money from some people being paroled. But the morgue? Yeah, but it doesn't really serve a purpose as the catch. You're definitely looking for contraband. Have fun, friend. Aw, would you look at that? You grabbed a cell phone. You should have backed away when you saw Rita watching. You don't want to know what she'll do if you get on her wrong side. Alright, so chapel. So you need altar, pews, and prayer mats. Fair enough. And far enough away, because it highlights stuff in nearby rooms. W assassinated? No, 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 no. No. She doesn't make other people do her dirty work. She's got more class than that. Why am I not seeing it? Usually this stands out pretty easily. Alright. There. None of those buttons I'm looking for. It's the same either way. Okay. All right. And prayer mats. Rita doesn't mess around. I can see the headline and the gang family probably has it out for her. Oh, yeah. Ooh, we had people trying to dig out. And they actually made some pretty good progress, too. So remove the tunnels. All right, let's drop this down. Programs. And after all this time, spiritual guidance. Okay, so we still want to get flower therapy set up and all that. But next up, we're getting our security people security room. It's only a matter of time before we get another legendary prisoner. And old Rita can't save the day every day. She actually doesn't look at all old. But Rita can't save the day every day. We're going to go on the claim that we did save the day and not, you know, what happened. We won the fight, and therefore we get to say how the story plays out. Let's go check on the power. Alright, still only at about half, so we're in good shape. I was about to put a bunch of like CCTV stuff on and that kind of thing. Oh. Alright, so rooms. Security. Alright, and you need a desk, a chair, and filing cabinets. There's the desk. There's your chair. There's your filing cabinets. And I believe, was it under utilities? Where was it? I remember it was someplace special. Oh, I haven't researched CCTV yet. Boom. We just burned a whole lot of money. Now I can start giving all of my officers tasers. The moment that happens, it is going to be financially horrific because I'll have to buy all the tasers for everyone. But that's okay. Still have grants, right? Yep. That's what I don't know, Tiny. We haven't done this where I've gotten the CCTV set up before. Because I'm hoping with the CCTV that I'll only have to like run over, I'll set up a camera, and then once it's set up I'll be able to like kind of look from the camera, and I wonder if I could like build using the cameras that I can hide in security for a little while. Got some prisoners up for parole and release. We should have our animal therapy stuff. According to some of our guards, a new radio host at the station, the prisoners have been saying a lot of things that are riling up the inmates. It might be worth removing the radios for the time being, unless they start to take what he's saying seriously. No, I am not removing the radio from every single cell in the prison. You can kindly deal with it. Because I don't want to go through the effort of putting them all back. Every single cell I have in this place has a radio. I'm not doing all 64 cells, going one by one by one, removing their radio just to put them back. That's right. Stay in here with me, guards. I'll be safe hiding in here with you. Until such time as we have the techno... Oh, we already have CCTV improvement. Ooh. Okay. Alright, so I think it was under wiring. So we have a health monitor. Keeps track of your health of your inmates and health status if they're equipped with a tracking belt. Okay. Tracking monitor for the belts. Scanner machine, a machine that for delivery areas and storage rooms to scan wooden crates for contraband. Must be wired to the scanner monitor. Scanner monitor allows the guard to, spots contraband. I don't care about all the things. Right now, 2 CCTV things and a phone tap. I don't want that one. Oh, I just realized how much of a pain it is going to be to hook those up. Alright, we'll deal with that. Okay, so wiring, CCTV camera. So we'll try that configuration. I think that'll be what I need to see what I need to see. My hope is that'll be able to spot everything in each of those cells. Why do you not have power? Really? It's fine. Alright, Darkstar. Catch you later. Thank you for tuning in. I was really hoping I'd be able to see. That still's not bad, because it does mean the guards will be able to see, but it is a little bit of a bummer. I'm also scared to leave this room right now with all the prisoners out and about. Yeah, when it gets to shower/lockup time, then there should be all back in their rooms. Alright, so working on the taser rollout. Yeah, my hope is having the CCTV cameras here, able to see all 8 cells. If I put that in every cluster, anytime someone kicks off, it should alert all the people nearby. Eat and lockup isn't the safe one, because they'll finish eating and then they'll run back to their cell. It's shower lockup. Shower lockup's the end of the day. Alright, we can start setting up the cameras again. Wiring, CCTV. Let them get that one done first. Okay. So that should be pretty good. Because it's supposed to alert me when there's stuff going on, like it's supposed to see signals. And I can also see where they can watch. So get this first block completely on the cameras. Meanwhile, we can run out here, check our power again, because I don't know how much... Alright, so we're still at about half, so we can actually get away with a lot with this. So I was expecting it to show me inside the cells. Because they make them so they could see through the walls, at least they used to. I'm assuming they didn't change that. Because otherwise it's impossible to use them in a meaningful way in a lot of places. Alright, programs. Oh, right, they moved it. It was, I forgot they have an entirely different set of programs now. Staff programs. Guard taser certification. We'll get that going. And you require what room? A training room. We'll have to do that later. Alright. Meanwhile, utilities, wiring, CCTV. Get power wired up all of these. It is a little annoying that I have to run the power directly to them. It used to be they could be like the adjutant square or whatever. Alright, so meanwhile, we'll grab this station, connect. Alright. Okay, is that all of them? So we've got these two are set up, those two are set up, these two are set up, these two are set up. So that's those. We got this set, this set. Cool. So it looks like all our CCTV cameras are set, but it doesn't look like I get vision. Well, that's interesting that I can like lock the position. So I could like lock it to keep an eye on one angle if I really wanted to, so it doesn't have like I could have one camera watch the other camera kind of thing. That's cool. All right, well, so that's going well. We're making good money now. What else do we have? Remote access, we'll want that. Take tax relief while we're at it. Alright, and we'll get the next block of cells going. Alright. I should be able to start making the prison look nice, too. We got some decent money. Just working the spot up front real fast. What would I make this out of? Go grass up here. Trying to get as much of this place done as I can before the prisoners are out and about. Alright, we're almost done with this section. Which will be probably what we do for the decor right now. Circle back for other stuff later. Alright, that should be that whole area. What's this game about? It is about running a prison. Designing and running a prison. At the moment, we're playing in a very non-standard way. Like, normally you're kind of like RimWorld, where you're just like above everything, kind of building it kind of thing. But I'm doing a challenge mode called Warden mode, where I actually have to run around the prison myself, you know, to orchestrate, like, build this thing, do that thing there, that kind of thing. And we have it on permadeath, so if an inmate decides that I need not live, then that becomes a whole thing. So that's good. So the camera did notify me that it was causing a fight over there. And then the guards rolled in. Alright, so let's just race across here real fast. Let's check in with the power. The power's doing good. Alright. But that's the reason I have like this little hallway I'm running around in. Is basically I've got a little channel behind the back thing. That just kind of gives me a place to stay safe. Is this game based on Shawshank Redemption? Nope, not at all. It is it's basically Prison Tycoon is effectively what this game is. It is a prison tycoon game. We got someone overdosing. That's not what we want to see. We'll have to do our shakedown again tonight. Figure out what other contraband has snuck into my prison. Oh, logistics. That's why those aren't operating. I didn't staff them. Okay. All right. I wish I had given myself a safe way to reach the security room versus having to wait till the evening. Because it's kind of... Oh, here's another thing I need to do. So, grab you. Connect. And... Is that not my common room? Oh, no. The common room is over there to the left. It's always kind of scary crossing those little gaps. There, so tapped all the phones, so if people start talking about stealing contraband and all that, into the smuggling contraband and all that, we'll get that information. Alright. The radio host has apparently been fired after a lot of complaints. There shouldn't be any more problems with the radio in the prison. Well, that's good, because, honestly, before you warning me about that, it really had no impact on anything. If I'm being real. Alright, the outside perimeter fence should be more than done by now. So we will take down this inner wall. Make room for the next cell block. You can go here, and I would like paving stone. There. Ooh, 3 people escaped. Well, that's not what you want. They dug their way to freedom. So I need to get those tunnels removed before day starts, because once our prisoners start realizing there's a tunnel that just gets people out, then that'll be that. I need you to find and reveal that tunnel, please. I can see where it exits, but I need to know where it started. Probably this group of cells up here if they managed to pull it off that fast. Well, the gang members there. Oh my goodness, there's so much contraband. We have 14 cell phones we found. I think it's time to do the outer perimeter fence. I usually try to hold off on that because it is exceedingly expensive, so it takes a very long time to build. But I need to prevent that from happening again. Wait a second. Oh, you're exhausted. I thought you were one of the prisoners. I was about to be like, no, you don't. I need you to find that tunnel. Like, I really need you to find that tunnel. I'll make you look again. I'm looking at the hole this goes out. It's got to be one of these last ones here that you haven't searched for I don't know what reason. I can guarantee you didn't find everything. Tunnel search. All sectors. No one gets to go to sleep or take a break until you find that tunnel. I'm looking at the other side of it. If you don't find it, all right, let's try this again. Tunnel search, all sectors. I need you to find it. There's a chance you don't find tunnels if you didn't catch that that's a thing. Now, the fact that we haven't found it multiple times when we distinctly... Water pipe burst into flooding in the area. Please fix it. The damage becomes too severe. All right, 1 second. Water pipe. All right, in the meantime, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say remove tunnels. Fill in at least that one spot. Okay, I didn't know I could do it that way. Oh my god, how far did they manage to tunnel in the course of like a day? What the absolute... What? How did you do that in like 1 or 2 days? 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, dang. They were busy. All right, so I am definitely going by the it is time to start building the big giant perimeter fence. All right, that's all my money for now. Oh, okay, so we finally saw what the minus was. It's basically saying that there was no one doing the staff deployment, assign guards. One guard always works the gate. Alright, so I got my next area for whenever I want to do this. I think we focus on getting that perimeter fence up, because that should help counter a lot of the escapes. We haven't had too much of a problem, but we have had the rare person who manages to wait till this door is blocked up and then just run through the other door the moment it gets opened. We had a couple who pulled that off, and then we had one group that tunneled, because if I put this way out to the borders, I have to tunnel all the way out to the edge. Because tunneling out to here doesn't do anything, because it just takes you to this area. So we got to get this all going. Alright, so we just need one person to pass the higher education, the general education reformation program. And then we have one for the reform prisoner consultation. The contraband levels of the prisoner out of control. The other thing this will help is by putting this giant fence, we'll no longer have people hucking stuff over the fence there, because the fence will be just too far back. And so that should really cut back on our contraband. Because right now, if I were to go to intelligence, where contraband came from, you'll notice all these ones by the edge here. All these ones by the edge, you'll notice they say thrown. I mean, there's none here because I just got this spot. And that is because it's all the stuff being thrown over the fence in there. And then this is the stuff that got shipped in, smuggled in. So the smuggled in stuff will still be arriving, but all that stuff being thrown over the fence should come to a stop. Well, that's annoying. Can I move you? Okay. Alright. Doors. Oh, you are real expensive. Alright. So this is going to be an issue that I'm going to have the guards go in here. Another thing I need, do I have the door control? Is that done researching now? It is. Alright, so let's drop this. Oh, wait, I can't. That's fine, we'll go around. Because I need to turn on the door controls. But to do that, first I need to buy the door controls. So wiring, door control system, electrical, pop over there. Wiring. Where are you? Servo? Door servo. Go electrical here. Okay, so I had to get the servo all hooked up to run that door automatically. Power's still fine there. Run this the whole way down there. And I can go here to wiring, servo. Put those in there. Go down here to wiring, servo on this door. Okay, so now I should be able to turn around, go back over to that security office, connect the door systems to those doors, and then those doors will all be automated so guards don't have to run back and forth just to handle them. It's still guard handling it, they're just handling at, like, you know, a remote station over there versus running down to those individually. Alright, so there's that one. There's those two, and the last one. Okay, it's working. I need ever so slightly more money. I was short by like $100. That's fine. Then we can put the last thing in there. Man, there's so many people overdosing. What is going on in that prison? Why are you not... Why are they not helping you? I do actually need the guards to do that. That's the whole point of the CCTV. Is that they see something happening and a guard just immediately beelines to assist. Shake down. Everyone getting their last go of contraband before we start slamming all this closed and there's no more free junk getting through. Ooh, someone tunneling again. Just started that tunnel from the looks of it. All right. We're gonna have to wait a little bit longer for our cash to recover. Then we'll start putting more of the perimeter fence on the outside. I still have someone overdosing according to that notification. I guess not. Maybe it's just a bugged notification. Alright. 7 prisoners up for parole. I might have to start increasing my the amount of people I can parole in a day, because I think I'm still set to 4. We go to parole hearings, we'll bump it up by 2. Yeah, don't have a room for flower therapy yet. You have stuff like conflict resolution and all that. There's just not enough. I don't have enough, basically, rooms to facilitate all the ones. There's too many, like, there's so many programs people want to do, we just don't have enough to cover those programs. All right. So far this is going pretty well. We're up to it's only 64 prisons, even though it is covering a ridiculously large area. We've got CCTV set up and everything. I still don't have armed guards set up yet, but I haven't been super worried about that. We've got everyone set up with tasers and all that. So we're doing pretty okay. We got a mix of prisoners. If we look at our prisoners, got a handful of max security, a decent number of middle security, and a whole bunch of low middle security. These ones rotate in and out, and then these ones stick around. So naturally, as your prison runs, you'll end up with more and more higher security prisoners, even if you try and restrict it just to minimum security, because like they'll end up killing people and stuff like that that they'll build up. You'll have like events that give you higher security people, yada yada yada. There's lots of ways you end up kind of climbing the difficulty. So while the game doesn't have like a built-in thing where the game deliberately escalates, it does kind of just mechanically with how it runs ultimately result in your prison escalating to like most of your prisons are max security. I need a second gardener. The one gardener can't keep up. But as you can see with things improving, we're starting to get to the point that I'm getting like even without the days without incident, I am getting pretty good amounts of money now. Now we're getting like reformed prisoners, early release, all that kind of stuff that's also boosting our money. All right. So I got all this area that's for like as an absolute chain is going to waste. How are everyone's needs being actually first? Because they have been very aggressively trying to break out lately. So everyone's needs are basically being met. So we're in good shape there. So I'm no longer dealing with like a bunch of people who are like not having their spirituality handled or not having their literacy handled and they're getting bored and yada yada yada. They're being basically well taken care of as far as prisoners go. Okay. I really look forward to putting an end to things being thrown over the fence. It's gonna cost us like 100,000, but we'll get there. This one should finish at some point on its own, as should this one. Like these two grants, I already have everything. We're just waiting for them to get done. Cell block C is going to be a bunch more prisoners, and I have been focusing on that because they're trying to get the perimeter done. Because the three escaping at once that concerned me, because it can be one of those things that you end up like someone causes a scene, you find their tunnel that's finished during the day, and then just all hell breaks loose as everyone tries to go for the tunnel. Because now you have a path that's just straight out of the prison that's wide open. It does kind of have a weird thing that technically I could actually stop building this perimeter fence now. Like once I finish the exterior perimeter fence, because the little fence there would still be fine. That they wouldn't be able to reach the exterior way out there. Which may be what we do. Because that'll save us a bunch of money for the future expansions inside the perimeter area. Alright, let's try and get an idea of how much there's been a death. It was not one of my guards. And it was not one of my staff. Parole officer. It's always the parole officer. It's not gonna be close. I'm gonna need a lot of money to make that happen. Maybe I'll do a clumps of like $5,000. $10,000. It's gonna take a little work to get that sorted. Okay. Trying to think if there's a way I can like split my thing, like where I do this one spot of grass, then we do a section of wall, then the next spot of grass, the next section of wall, to just kind of keep things moving. Like right now I got this big open area that I do want to make into to more cells and whatnot. We're just kind of stuck because I'm trying to do this whole exterior perimeter fence so we stop having people just run out of the prison. Like, if these two finish, we're gonna get most of this knocked out real fast. Because that'll be 70,000 cash, and then top of it I'll be able to accept new grants, it'll give us more money. Because the next one I might grab is the tool cleanup, because that's another ones you just do a lockdown, or you just do a shakedown or two, and then it's solved. Alright, let's go ahead and go here. Perimeter wall. 10,000. At least doing it that way so far, as they do get out here and start running, they have to run the whole way around. It's not going to stop them because the guards will be too far behind them. But at least it's like making it more and more of a difficult thing for them for breaking out. So we export power, shop sales commission, prisoner reformed rewards. They're doing good. How is our reform going? So we're still at 35% reoffending rate. A big part of that is this person here. The reform grading is very low, is their biggest thing. It says that, but I always found death row was not actually that lucrative. And there's a lot of setup that goes into it. Cancel that. I started too late. If it would have started there, they would have been still doing it during the day, and everyone would get pissed off about being searched recently. I just need to make sure I'm extra on top of it tomorrow night in case we got people tunneling. All right. What we might actually do is not super duper long, but in a little while here we might switch over to American Truck Simulator. Just do a shipment or two, because we're at this kind of point of just waiting for money. And I'd rather kind of break that up, because I could put together like little bits of cells here and there, and that would definitely be a positive. It's just I'm stuck waiting on these grants to finish before we start worrying about that. I do like when we get those paroles. Because I am slowly expanding that perimeter wall. It's going to take a while. We just discovered that one of the teachers is we bring in for inmates classes has been smuggling huge amounts of contraband. They've been fired, but the damage is done at this point. Lovely. Another thing we could potentially do is once we get all that set up, if we do get snipers or armed guards, I could position one sniper right here to guard that gate and one on the other side. And that should go a long way for preventing people from getting out. I'm honestly surprised I haven't seen the thing where they toss a rope over the wall. But that could be, maybe I forgot to turn on the escape plans, which is where they'll take all like the extra thing, they'll put bed sheets, they can climb over walls and all sorts of stuff. It doesn't really make that big of a difference, because usually it's not too hard to counter. Alright, home stretch on that side. Something going on with the infirmary that... Sorry. Try to stay away from seeing all those ridiculously blinking icons. Alright, literally I just have to wait for one more person, two more people to enroll into animal therapy. Not even succeed, just enroll. And that grind will be done. We still just have to have the one pass general education, which usually takes a little while, because you only get a couple people out of the foundation education at a time. Alright, so the average work experience grade is still not great. Alright, we got some tunnels. You almost made it. You were one tile away from making it to freedom. But one tile too few, buddies. Alright. It's just waiting on more money. Just waiting on 2 more people to enroll in animal therapy. We were checking general education. Where are we at? Where are you at, general education? Yeah, I've got 6 people who are interested right now. Only one is actually showing up because there's just so many schedule conflicts. Actually, I could put in our kitchen safety on the schedule as well. There's just basically, they'll have like a ton of people who are interested in a ton of different things, but it's kind of a thing that there's just not time for them to do all the things. It does take a while. Recycling takes advantage of the government's Going Green initiative, awarding your prison with $10 for each bag of recycling that's collected. Offshore tax haven. We're not gonna worry about that. That just reduces your tax obligations a little bit more. Which is good. It's good to get. It's just super expensive right now. Oh, yeah. That's a grant done. So, tool cleanup. We can start working on that one. That should give us a lot of this wall done. Oh, hey. Another journal page. Cool. Alright. So we still just need 2 more prisoners. Oh, that means we got one through Gen Ed. Nice! Got some pass their general education. So we just need 2 more people to sign up for animal therapy. We can sit there and just do this. Like, this is usually easy. Like, very genuinely, you just do a search, and it's usually all it takes. Sometimes if you have like a workshop and all that, you just de-zone the workshop and then you rezone it, and it's like, okay, you got rid of the supply, good for you. All right. The amount of contraband they're getting into this place is ridiculous. But that's what this big wall, it's a double, it makes it much harder for them to escape because of the whole extra layer of defense they have to get through. But it also stops almost all of the stuff being thrown over. It should stop it entirely. Sometimes if you're still close enough to the edge of the map, they can have a spot that'll get you. Yeah. The warden's getting her steps in? Yes, she is. She's keeping an eye on her perimeter. So we had a prisoner reoffend, but we managed to have 4 prisoners who reformed. So it kind of was just a wash, financially speaking. Like, the extra money counteracted the penalty. Sorry about banging the mic there. Hey, another grant completed. That was the tool one. Oh man, that tool one was super difficult. Alright, what are we doing next? Reformed prisoners. Reoffending rate. Reformed prisoners is probably the one we'll go for. Yeah, because we're already 64%. No, that's sorry. We're 78% through it. Because, you know, yeah, we've only reforming a couple prisoners here and there each day. But, like, it's going to add up. And that should be enough money. I probably could just finish the perimeter fence now. Alright. Perimeter fence is done, and I got 13,000 more dollars left to put to use. So, like, honestly, this outer perimeter thing can probably go away. Not yet. Once they finish building the fence. But, like, that's the last thing I needed to secure that. Alright, so we go boom and boom. Alright, so we're building all that. Then we go quick build. And it'll take a while to get those going. I don't actually know what I need to build in this middle area. We'll get there, though. I can't remember how many CCTV cameras realistically you can put on one CCTV station and have it actually be worth using. Because it's got like a limit. I'll say it's 8 or 12 or something. I don't know what it actually is off the top of my head. But it's got a limit on how many cameras it can run at once. But you can go over and it'll still be okay as long as it's not too far over it, because it'll randomly switch. So if I had, say, for example, say it's 12 and I put on 24, it means like it'll watch these ones for a second or two, then it'll watch those ones for a second too, like hop back and forth. But the problem is you hit a point like, 50 cameras or whatever the cutoff is, that it takes so long to get around to, the next set of cameras. You could have stuff go down and be sorted long before the camera switches back over to catch it. This will probably be the last cell blocking put on our current power grid before I have to set up a new one. Because unlike a lot of games with the power, this one you can't just like keep attaching more and more power to the same grid. You're only allowed to have one power source per grid, with the green power being kind of an exception, sort of, with how it works. So you end up having to have a bunch of different power grids. Like Oxygen Not Included does have something similar, but there's some ways to work around. It's more like the maximum amount the grid can handle. All right. Oh, I should also be here. I didn't set the flooring yet, did I? Get lights in there so we can actually see what we're doing. That's fine. Alright, we have where they were attempting to tunnel out again. Alright. Meanwhile, I can go down here. Your scooched over ones will do that. Even though it means this whole block is not going to line up correctly. Someone escaped? How? Is the wall not done yet? Okay, so the wall's not done yet. Okay. That explains. I was like, wait a second. How did someone just run out? It's like, okay. They're just, I didn't let them finish, and now they're doing these because, like all these games, none of them ever said they're going to be like, finish what you're working on. They just kind of grab the next thing in order or whatever. It's fine. Alright, power. More prisoners getting released early. Excellent. Sicilian land destroyed a section of the outer wall. You should have it repaired immediately. Oh, this is going to be much harder because... Okay. Okay, this actually might not be that bad. That's actually not that bad. Thank goodness for layering. Alright, so all the power should be good. Water. Let's grab you and bring you over here. Bring you across here. Do this. Alright. Now I have to wait for the walls to get all built. Hey, journal page. I'll have to wait for all the walls to get built, and then after that we can put up the CCTV cameras. That should be all square. And I think the plan for the next block is if there's space, I'll make it over here. Yeah, it should be enough space. I'll make it over here and I'll put in our canteen and all that to serve this one as well. Basically just trying to, you know, divide out how many people eat at any location. Just so no location gets completely overwhelmed. Alright. Stretching! Oh. So, what I do think is going to happen here is once we get through this night and deal with any tunnels or whatever's going on, I do think I'll probably switch over to American Truck Simulator maybe to wrap up for the evening. And I'm just doing that because I'm kind of getting a little bit lower energy, but I'm not quite ready to wrap up stream. Because normally I do go to 4 a.m. and we still got about 2 hours for that. So I figure we do a delivery, 2, 3, however many I can get done in American Truck Simulator. Just do that kind of, you know, for a fun one-off kind of thing. And then tomorrow, what we'll probably do is I'm going to guess, start with oxygen not included. I'm going to think is what I might do. So it's the things I'm debating is either one, starting with oxygen not included, because we got a run going and that, keep that moving forward. I think if we do play this, it'll be later in the day. The other thing I have been debating doing is I still have a bunch of game keys sitting around that I still need to do. So it would be good for me to get a couple more of those keys knocked out. We did a really good number the last time we did a run through of the keys. We burned through, it was like 5 or 6 out of the 20 or something. But I do kind of want to make a thing where I hop in for a day, burn through a bunch of keys, go to some more of our, you know, consistent content, then hop back in, do another 4 or 5, 6 keys, go back to our regular content, kind of do that kind of thing. Then we can check out a whole variety of games, but also people can enjoy these long format games. I need to be very careful about actually poking these doors. I wonder if there's a way... I know you can do certain logic stuff in here. I wonder if there is a way I could set up like logic gates where when these doors are open, those doors are closed. The moment I open that door, these doors slam close or something like that. I don't think we can make it nearly as elegant as we'd want it to be worth using. And they're repairing that wall. Okay, so bear with me. I'm going to pause the game. I'm going to stop the recording.